it's this supreme power that gives me the ability to be everything if I just allow it to happen. It's about not going against the grain. It's about not batting your head against a wall that will not come down. It's about saying, open this wall for me, please. Open this wall for me, please. I am, and I'm wonderful, and I know there's this supreme power that gives me the ability to be everything if I just allow it to happen. Open this wall for me, please.
yeah, wow, that's very cool. Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, after what seems like an epoch of playing various games,
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
I am back,
Survivor today.
and I am here to do a little stream for you. How's everybody doing? I want to wish you a very hearty hey now here on a Sunday. Supermania Pinball Sunday. The last day in what I am considering this creator year. Tomorrow we'll start a brand new content cycle. So without anything else being said, let me bring you up here. Hey now.
Oh yeah, wow.
Thank you for the hype train.
Neffel.
Appreciate you. Good to be here. And it's been a while since it's just been you and me. Since it's just been you and me. A lot of football happened since last we spoke.
The best hole on the internet.
Dude,
Let's go
the
Birds.
Lions got shocked. 12 men on the field. That sounds about right for a potential future coach of the New York Jets. Tough way to lose that game. And then Ravens fans, listen, I'm rooting. I'm rooting for the Bills from this point forward. But man, to my Baltimore fans, that's a tough way to lose, man. That's a 2-point conversion. Hit the man in the fucking hands. Hit the man in the fucking hands. And he dropped it. Does Andrews get released? No, man. Come on. It's shitty conditions. It's snow. The ball was slightly behind him. It's, it's not as easy a catch as the announcers made it seem, but he should have called it.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
He absolutely should have
Let's go
called that.
38 months. Love you, Billy.
He also
Nestle has
fumbled.
the best
Yeah,
corner
he had
of
a
the
bad
internet.
day.
Thanks for the vibes. Bengals
Yeah,
should have
but
been
like,
in.
I don't know if you watched either of the snow games in full. It's really hard to hold on to a ball when it's that cold. With peace and love, it was a slosh fest all fucking day. It was a slosh fest for everybody. And I'm going to be honest, all of those calls to make Saquon Barkley the MVP, they don't sound so crazy anymore. They don't sound so crazy anymore. I'm new here. Hey, new here. Nice to meet you. Damn it. I can't help myself from doing dad jokes. What's up, everybody? As you know, or maybe you don't know, I've been doing a lot of gaming content recently. We had a Cobblemon arc. We did some Marvel Rivals. But now I'm back. So we're going to do a lot of just kind of regular content tonight. And then tomorrow we start, again, what I am calling the start of my new calendar content year. So 19 days I kind of used as like my schlosh period in between last year's calendar content year and this year's calendar content year. Tomorrow I'm doing a cosplay with Stella Chu, Jessica Negri, and
cool.
the amazing, the incredible, you know him, you love him, Baby No Money. Baby No Money. We're doing Jace and Victor
wow,
from
that's very
Arcane.
Josh still had 133 left on the clock. It wouldn't have
and-
mattered. Josh is my MVP.
Yeah, true. I think he would have
Oh,
probably
yeah,
gotten 3
wow,
points
that's very
there.
Cool.
Rooster Loving Man, thank you. So tomorrow, you in the Fear End pod tomorrow? I don't know what that means. Oh, am I in the episode of Fear End? Yeah. Hey, Abe, how you doing, man? I'm so sorry I have to miss the last day of Cobblemon tomorrow, man. That's a bummer. I was really prepared for it to be the 17th, but tomorrow I have a cosplay. Send all my love to all the Cobblemoners. What time is the tournament tomorrow? If it's late in the day, I might be able to make it, but if it's early, it's chalked. 2 p.m. 9, 10, 11, 1. I might be able to make it, Abe. Listen, I'm going to text you. If it's even close, I will text you. Like, if I need you to buy me like 30 minutes or like put me as the last fight, because it's going to be, it'll be close. We start at 9 a.m. tomorrow. But we'll see. Thank you. Guys, Abe, everybody.
Oh, yeah, wow, that's very
Abe, who
cool.
put together
Nest, glad you got the
Cobblemon, which was
Pokemon
my
cards on
obsession
time.
last week.
Best community on
Fabulous
Twitch,
human
Nest
being,
Bang.
fabulous streamer. If you don't follow him already, please take this opportunity. Bills beat the Chiefs this year. Oh, God, your lips, God's ears. Your lips, God's ears. And there's always next season. That is true. I have some suggestions for next season. I think next season, Abe, here are my suggestions. Just like you did the starting Pokemon draw
Oh, yeah,
this
wow,
year,
that's very
I think
cool.
we make a wide assortment of starters that aren't typically starters. You can only get that Pokemon as a starter. Like once someone gets it as a starter, it's gone. Call me. All right, I'll call you right now. What's up, Abe?
Yo, I had a very, 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 very similar idea to you.
Yeah. Yep.
So basically, here, this is some leaks, okay? So this is some preview shit, but basically my idea for next season, right? I don't want to make it too battle focused because
Sure.
I feel like
Oh,
it's
yeah,
it's
wow,
fun for
that's very
some, but not
cool.
fun for
Loch
all,
Miss
right?
3577
So
gifted a
I
tier
want to
1 sub
make
to
it so that there's like
Appalachia 11.
multiple like focuses. Like so you know how in like Stardew Valley and a lot of other like what do you call it? What kind of what genre is that?
Like Farm Sim?
Yeah, like life.
Yeah.
Like life games?
Cozy. Yeah.
So they have like some mechanics in it where it's like you can like collect stuff. Like they have like a museum where you need to like get a bunch of stuff and fill out the
Yeah.
museum and stuff. So those are some stuff that I want to do. I also want to do like different teams. So it won't be
Yes.
like individual thing. So it'll be kind of like Hogwarts where it's like sorting hats.
Yeah.
So multiple teams, and each team starting like list of starters will be like within the same like type.
I love that. I think that's really cool. The other thing I would love to do, Abe, and I think this would be so incredible, and I just kept thinking about this, like with Team Pocket and stuff. I would love to get people who like would want to do like a day of Cobblemon, like a Burn, a Seer, some people
yeah,
like
wow,
that,
that's very
and make
cool.
them
Go
fake
Birds.
gym trainers and have them show up for one day with a pre-scheduled lineup that we cook. Like we make their Pokemon for them, and they basically just RP as a gym trainer. And if you beat them, you get some reward. Abe?
Hello?
Yeah.
What the heck? My sound cut out for like for like 20 seconds.
I thought you hated my idea. I
no,
thought you heard my idea
I'm not
and
even
you're like,
kidding.
"What?"
My sound completely cut out for you, and I was like, "What is going on?" So I unmuted your stream so I can hear what you were saying
Yeah.
through your stream, but that wasn't working either. So it's got to be my sound.
No worries.
What the fuck was that? That was weird.
Uh,
Sorry. I heard
No, I
get
was,
a couple one dayers and then it's cut
yeah,
out.
because there's a lot of people who like want to play Cobblemon, but like didn't last the whole server, or like some people like some RPers who would come in. Like Burn is the one I think of, where if
Mhm.
you give Burn like a pre-cooked roster of Pokemon that are really strong, and then
Oh,
you're
yeah,
like,
wow,
you
that's
can
very cool.
challenge
Common
Gym
Juarez
Trainer
gifted a tier
Burn
1 sub to
for
Corporal
just
Alcoholic.
today. And he shows up and, has like a whole like, welcome to my gym. Of course. You know what I mean? Like that would be so fun.
That would be pretty cool. And we make it like a challenge to try to beat him.
Exactly.
I like that idea a lot.
Yeah, man, I just want to thank you for putting it together. I had so much fun playing Cobblemon. It was crazy.
Yeah, of course.
How'd you end up doing in the Marvel
had so much
tournament?
fun. We went 5-5 on day one.
Okay.
Which we got honestly, like, we
You guys must have played out of your
really,
mind.
yeah, we
You must have
played
out of your
really,
fucking
really,
mind.
really fucking well. The only team we like kind of like very what was the word? Like dominantly beat was X Mirror's team.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, but that was like, yeah. Did you guys end up playing today?
No, we dropped out.
Nah, I completely understand.
I wanted to play again, but I felt really bad, and the majority of my team was very over it.
No, it's like a different mindset because it's just like it sucks playing in such a cool event, such a big potential event. Like the potential for this event to have been so fun and so good was so high, but somehow we met the bottom bar of an event even happening like at all.
Yeah.
It was just. Dude, like, yeah, I don't know. I felt really bad. Like, even for my team, I felt really bad too.
The tournament organizers, I think that they were doing their best with a new game, and there were a lot of things that they just didn't get.
Yeah, no, dude. So I was saying this on my stream as well, but basically I was like saying like, listen, like everyone can like say like, oh, like this is classic Twitch rivals, blame like Twitch rivals sucks. Like you can say all that shit you want, and yeah, Twitch rivals definitely does have some blame for not doing their due diligence and like understanding how the game works, how a tournament structure would play out, having the foresight for how it would play out. But at the same time, I personally think 50% of the blame goes into the captains.
Yeah.
Like, for so many different reasons. Like, even after we had the captains meeting yesterday, Will, back me up on this. You were there, right?
Oh, yeah.
We literally talked about how if they're reducing it to 2 players that are Eternity Plus, like they still need to take into account that there are some Overwatch pros that would fall into that same pro like slot. We talked about this in the meeting yesterday.
Yeah, and this is why I keep saying, like, I think part of the problem is putting up money as part of a performance incentive. I think the money for Twitch Rivals should be standardized, and I think it should be baked into your practice, right? So if you're playing for a sponsored game, your team practice should be your fee along with like a tweet, and then the actual event should be a charity event. So based on where you place, your charity of choice after a list of pre-approved charities gets a donation in your name based on where you placed in the tournament.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not a bad idea. But yeah, I don't know. Basically, what I think happened, and just from like my understanding, is people were not taking the rule of not having Overwatch pros that were top or that were like Grandmaster Plus or Master Plus in Overwatch in the past year seriously. So what they would do is they would only care about the
Season 0,
the Eternal Plus from Season 0 into account, and then they would invite these Overwatch pros, submit them to Twitch Rivals, and just see if Twitch Rivals would notice and like just accept it.
The word that I got from Twitch Rivals too was there was quite a bit of massaging, we'll call it, of where people placed Season 0, because they got the invite very early, and so they would basically like just not on their main climb in Season 0, and as soon as Season 0 was over, they just went berserk, and they like ended up in, you know, Celestial Grandmaster after basically just tanking Season 0. Yeah, tough.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a lot. Yeah, there was definitely a lot of like downplaying as well.
Yeah, it's okay. Listen, we need you. We
But
need you
that's
on the team. I think you would help a lot.
No, that's why I was saying, like, listen, you can't put the full blame on Twitch Rivals. Like, genuinely, I wholeheartedly like believe that a big portion of the reason why it was such a shit show is because of the captains. Like it's just like there was just very little integrity.
I also should have been better at the game, right?
I mean, that's like a different thing. That's for your own team.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go do some reaction content before these guys kill me. But I just want to say thanks one more time, and I hope I see you tomorrow before the server closes.
Yeah. All right, love you. Have fun.
Love you, Abe. Oh, do you want to leak anything else, or are we just saying goodbye? Say goodbye.
Yeah, you know what? Like that's enough leaks for today.
All right. Hell yeah, man.
Yeah.
Good talking to you, Abe. Love you, bud.
Yeah. Bye.
That's Abe one more time, guys. You just want to get in and talk about Pokemon and Rivals. If you, again, don't know Abe, fantastic streamer, better person, go follow him. Wait, there's more to leak, bro.
Oh yeah,
I have front loaded next
Another
year's
one.
content. It's gonna be crazy. That's all I'm gonna say. So tomorrow we have the Baby No Money cosplay. Baby No Money and I are working with Stella Chu and Jessica Negri, two of my favorite people on the planet. By the way, thank you. We have some subs coming in. Pete So Sleepy and Deplorable Crab. All of you who subbed during the hype train. I'm sorry I didn't thank you individually. I was doing too many things at once. So Baby No Money cosplay, Jessica Negri, Stella Chu. We're getting in full costume. We're shooting some content on, I think, Baby No Money's stream, maybe mine as well, on a backpack. We'll show you the secret sauce, how we make the TikToks, how we make the Twitters, all this kind of bullshit. And then I think he and I are going to go somewhere in Los Angeles as Jace and Victor and see if we can't earn money
Happy
as
20 months.
panhandlers. See if we can't get random fans to take pictures with us as the characters and get us to see if we can get them to pay us like $1 to take photos with us. I think it's a very funny idea. I think it's really funny. So that's tomorrow. And then the very next day I head to Nippon Days. Are you Jace or Victor? I'm Jace. This is why I'm all jaced up right now. I'd buy that for $1. Yeah, so then I head to Nippon, and dude, Nippon is gonna be a fucking movie. We have Finn on the 1s and 2s day one. Caroline and I are going to do a shopping stream almost as soon as we land to warm you guys up, where I told you I'm almost bringing no clothing. My challenge is to only wear outfits that I buy in Japan. And I might add to that challenge where I only spend what you guys allot, like via subscription. So like I might have to go to like the grungiest of thrift store, or if you guys go crazy, I have to spend all of it. So it'll be somewhere in that range. $10. I honestly hope it's that. I honestly hope, like, if you guys give me a bunch of money, that is awesome. And it's really sweet. And I will obviously get something I treasure. But if you guys only give me $10, I think that's funnier, because then I have to go to like a thrift store and pick out like really selectively, like maybe go to a Combini and get like fucking Family Mart socks and shit. So I don't know. I'm kind of seeing how we play that out, but I think it's going to be an amazing, amazing, amazing time. Wake might come now, which is like, dude, we have the himbos. We have Finn, Austin, Will Neff, Hassan Piker, and Wake. Like, you're talking about the Avengers of himbo. These are the himbo Avengers.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very
Austin
cool.
is a himbo.
Japan
Austin
Warriors
is
here.
100%. He's a gay himbo. He's a gimbo. Yeah, so I think that's going to be really, 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 really fun. And I'm excited for that content. We have so many things lined up for you. I'm going to be doing a stream with Premiere 2. We're going to try and do a stream with the Angel of Shibuya, Rob CD, Connor Dog Virginia. We have so many things planned. We're getting Yakuza suits made,
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
sumo wrestling, flower arrangement, samurai lesson, possibly skiing in Hokkaido, the onsen episode, shopping episode, claw game mania. This time I am doing a Pachango stream or whatever it's called. Pachanga? Pachanga. Pachango? Help me out with the word. Pachanko. Yes. I am making them do a Pachanko stream, and the rules are this. You go play Pachanko, but you cannot leave until you smoke a full pack of cigarettes. I think it will be the funniest stream of all time. It's one of the most degenerate streams of all time. Wake doesn't smoke. Well, then he's got to do a full tin of dip. You either have to do a full container of Zins or you have to smoke a full thing of cigarettes. I think that stream would be hilarious. I think it's like a torture. It's like a one-chip challenge.
Resubbing so I can put Sexy Yama's favorite steakhouse in Tokyo on your radar.
Oh, thank you. What's it called? Sexy Yama? Oh, Sexy Yama from Fit 100 or whatever it is.
번째 가는 단골이 가게입니다. 중독성 너무 있어가지고 여기는 한 번 먹으면 또 먹고 싶어요 여기.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Bro,
You guys are just going to Japan to live out 5 separate
Japanese
Yakuza
make
sub-stories and
food
I'm here for it.
look better the way they eat. Japanese people eat like the food is going to run away. They eat prison style. I haven't eaten like this since boarding school. And it just makes the food look so appetizing. You guys are just going to Japan to live out the 5 separate Yakuza sub-stories? That is true.
여기가 도쿄 넘버
Bro, I need to look like Sexy Yama when I'm in my 50s. This guy, he's bringing sexy back.
1 스테이크.
I've been trying to lose weight again. I've been doing my 1,000 calories a day on the elliptical, and it works so fast to lean you out. Also, I need to lose weight for my boxing match, so.
일본에서 최고라고 생각합니다. 제대로 먹었어, 제대로 먹었어. 와.
Old man's life-changing steak restaurant. Dude, that is the most Japanese title for a video ever. Old man's life-changing steak restaurant.
아유 미안합니다. 좀 늦었다. 미안해.
또 오늘 약간 부자 아저씨 같은
아 그래요? 그렇게 보여요? 오
Oh
아무것도
yeah,
아닌데.
isn't this dude Korean?
이거는 쌀하고 이거는 유니크로고. 부자
Why did someone say that he was Japanese? And is this a Japanese restaurant?
같이 보이는 거 저는 성공했네.
He's Korean Japanese.
어?
Oh.
뭐지? 몰라? 소병.
Urine. Oh, he's so cool. He pisses on his own pants.
여기는 어떤 곳이에요?
오늘 스테이크 집인데 19년째.
Wait, so this is a famous wrestling steakhouse? Or like martial arts steakhouse? I don't...
가는 단골이 가게입니다. 거기서는 그런 스테이크 말고 운동 선수만 많이 오는 곳이었었어요. 근데 갑자기 이게 너무 맛있다고 소문 나가지고.
Sup, Will? Hope you have been well this year, New Year's. Any new games you're looking forward to? Final Fantasy Rebirth on the computer. Other than that, not really.
가끔씩 한국 격투기 선수도 오고 있을 거예요. 아마 아는 친구들도 있을 거예요. 이제 리베라 스테이크
Tokyo, Japan. Ribery.
집입니다. 여기는 약간 메구로라고 하는
Haas, write this down. Write this place down and send it to me.
위치에 있는
He's speaking Korean. That is true, but he's definitely in Tokyo, as suggested by the Tokyo, Japan.
여기는 약간 메구로라고 하는 위치에
John
있는
Cena or default
자리입니다.
Fortnite character?
이거 보면 이제 오래됐다 이것도. 이거 나야 15년 전인가 아마
That was me
그
maybe
사진이 15년
15
전에.
years ago.
너무 이 사장님이 야마구치군. 그리고 여기 보세요. 자, 전부 다 이게 자 사진입니다. 이게 왜 찍고 있습니다. 사장님이 아버님이 프로레슬 엄청
Not
좋아하고
a fan of Final
아들이도
Fantasy 14. Is that the online one? No.
엄청 프로레스 좋아해서 거기부터 이제 시작하는 것 같아. 자신이 엄청 많아요. 자, 보면 더락 또 왔고, 이거면 자, 너무 많아요. 조금 큰 자신감 여기 있는 거 한 그래도 10 몇 년 됐나?
I'll be honest. I think my favorite part of Final Fantasy is the stories. And Final Fantasy 14 just felt like a broken Final Fantasy, in my opinion. It was just like an MMO where like the story wasn't that good. I couldn't get immersed in it.
아, 오래됐다, 진짜. 제가 힐러즈에서 챔피언 될 때 여기 와서 또 먹었습니다. 자, 일단 앉고 이제 고기를 먹어야 됩니다.
It actually has one of the best stories, in my opinion. No. I think you're saying that because it's a 300-hour story instead of like the typical 30-hour story, but I just don't think the narrative is as strong. Granted, I played Final Fantasy 14 when it first came out, and I know apparently the game has made like quantum leaps since when it first came out. I played it on PlayStation when it first came out, and it just didn't work at all. And it kind of put me off to the game. But I sunk like 30 hours in it, and I was like, this is... Because I love Final Fantasy so much. I don't know. Maybe I have to go back, but I really don't want to invest that kind of time in that game.
아, 진짜.
9 is the best overall, in my opinion. Nah, dude, come on. Let's not be crazy. The best Final Fantasy is 7 or 10 with peace and love. The best Final Fantasy is 7 or 10. All of them are very good. You can make an argument for a lot of them, but 7 or 10, they're just fucking masterpieces. What about 6 or 4? I don't even remember what those look like. Hold on. FF6. Oh my God. This is like still one of, yeah. I remember. Which one is like the villain that's like a clown? You know what I'm talking about? Am I crazy? Clown? Yeah, this dude. That's 6. Okay, this one is pretty good. I remember this one pretty vividly. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just not as good as 7 or 10. 7 and 10 are just like you're talking to someone who loves Final Fantasy. You're talking to someone who loves Final Fantasy, right? Like I bonded with Kenny Omega over how much I love Final Fantasy. I think 7 is the best Final Fantasy in terms of like narrative, what you could do in the game. Like all the little side quests were so absurd. The tone really worked for me. Sometimes I think the tone of Final Fantasy is a little bit off. I like when Final Fantasy is like that like tech wasteland as opposed to like when it's full feudal. Blitzball is probably like the best little mini game. Also, it had a really good sequel. The ending was incredible. I loved all the characters. Like all the characters are so vivid from Final Fantasy X and 7. I don't know. If I had to give an honest answer, it's 7 in my opinion. 7 is the GOAT. It just is. It's just so dude. It's got the best villain. Like let's be real. I think a lot of narratives are defined by their villain. Sephiroth is the best villain of all time. In a Final Fantasy game, he's so fucking diabolical. He's so, dude. You know, you talk about moments. Hard disagree. Shut the fuck up. Hard disagree. Shut your fucking mouth. When he jumps down and kills Aerith, if you actually played that game, there are not moments like that in video games. Like those moments are so, that moment is like a she's alive type moment where you're like, oh my God, chills. Spoiled. The game is 30 plus years old. Shut the fuck up. If you had any intention of playing the original Final Fantasy, you would have done so by now. I was. Oh yeah, you were gonna get around to it this week, right? You're finally going to take those Spanish lessons, right? Shut the fuck up. Maybe that's a lesson to you, honestly. Maybe me spoiling Final Fantasy VII is a lesson that if you wait too long in life, you will get old and life will pass you by and you will die and you will not experience the things you want to experience. If you want to play Final Fantasy VII, go do so. But I'm telling you, that moment, Sephiroth killing Aerith is like, I remember as a child just being like, that and Otacon's sister. Oh my God, come on. You know what I'm talking about, Vamp?
가격 보시면 자, 이렇게 보면
유튜버다 유튜버.
자, 가르쳐 줘야지. 이게 원 펀드 스테이크 42,000엔. 42,000원.
Sephiroth is so good. Sephiroth is so good as a villain that he became one of the primary antagonists of a separate game. When Sephiroth showed up in Kingdom Hearts, my butthole puckered. And as a child, I spent a week rotating the controller with my friend, attempt after attempt after attempt to try and beat him in fucking Kingdom Hearts.
반은 2,500엔. 그러면 25,000원 정도. 그리고 이거는 요코즈나 스테이크라고 있는데 이 리브로스.
Looking crispy, thank you. I wanted to look like Jace for our
이거 한 여기는 한 번
I
먹으면
want to
또
see
먹고
this.
싶어요 여기.
I want to see this.
Running Banjo is one of the best themes ever.
야, 기대가 돼.
Hassan is going to fucking love this place. Write this down. Ronnie has spoken following the Ravens loss. Bro, he's probably crushed right now. I can't watch it if I'm not signed in. We'll find out what he said in another life because I'm not signing.
야, 이거 벗어야 되겠다. 오, 자, 왔습니다. 오. 자, 이게 오. 자, 근데 이게 소스가 제일 중요하거든. 이게 이 소스가 양파랑 뭔가 들어가 있는데 안 가리켜줘. 몇 번 얘기 들어봤는데 안 가리켜줘. 그래가지고 술 엄청 이빨 매고가지고 물어봤는데
Oh my God. Hassan is going to love this place.
그래도 안 가리켜줘. 와, 대박. 와.
Visual craziness.
저는 원래 다 자르고 나서 먹는 스타일이라.
Cameraman just gets lost, zooms in on vascularity.
와, 이 어떻게 이런 고기를 어디서 찾는 건지.
근데 야채가 진짜 없어.
자체를 누를 수 있고 찾아봐도.
야채 여기 있잖아. 아, 잘 먹겠습니다. 이따다키마스. 와, 대박이야. 진짜 맛있다.
Dude, you know who else eats like this? Have you guys ever seen the one Japanese long haul truck driver that makes noodles in his like cab when he's doing long haul truck driving and then he like plays a drum for like 45 seconds and then goes. I've never seen noodles look so good. Yeah, the dude with green onions. He goes da 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 da. Oh my God, that shit goes crazy.
이거 진짜 좋아하시는데?
진짜.
와, 대박이야. 진짜 맛있냐.
Bro, he eats like a man.
이게 이 고기만
The
나오는
flavor that comes
맛이가
from
있어가지고
meat is something.
이게 표현이 다른 고기는 절대 이 맛이 안 나요. 이것저것 야끼니까 많이.
This dude, oh my God, I can't believe TikTok is back. Been gone for so long. Is this the guy? Bro, this is the guy. Yo, I'm telling you, no one has ever made noodles in a truck
Oh, yeah, wow. That's
look
very
as
cool.
Hey,
delicious
what's up?
as this man. This man prepares noodles in a truck like a goddamn Michelin feast. jams on that bongo. Oh my God. Go crazy on that green onion. I love how he gets a fucking sweat going.
wow, that's
He
very
gets a
cool.
fucking
27 months after three
sweat
kids
going.
and still
You
waiting on
know,
my child support.
thank you so much for the 27 months. You know when a man gets a sweat rolling like that when he's eating, that man is enjoying his food. I could watch that all day. I could watch that all fucking day. That guy has found a niche. Cozy cooking in the cab of a truck.
가봤지만 그리고 스테이크집도 많이 가봤. 이 맛이 안 나요. 그래서 일본 전국에서 여기 와요. 먹고 싶어가지고 여기밖에 없으니까.
Bro, I want to go to this place now.
안 돼, 안 돼.
His technique is fire, by the way. Never lets go of the rice. Never lets go of the rice.
여기 조금 거의 나 완전 레어해서 만드는 겁니다. 고기랑 이 소스랑
Japan trip's going to be
버터랑
amazing. It's going to be a fucking movie.
그래가지고 그거 먹고 나서 씹어서 좀 단맛이 나면 거기서 밥 집어넣어서 먹으면 진짜 진짜 맛있어요.
소스에 맛이 있는 거.
양파도 들어가고 또 마늘도 무조건 들어가 있는
Garlic.
그래가지고 거기에다가 뭔가 과일 같은 것도 조금 들어가 있으면서 많은 맛이
Yo, why does that look like my hot sauce?
조금 달아요. 근데 그게 훨씬 또 먹고 그 욕심이라고 하나? 먹는 욕심. 그런 거 많이 만들어져요. 그거
He's a former UFC fighter. He went very far in physical 100. Yeah, he almost won. The challenge he got eliminated on was brutal. And I think it was just his age that beat him.
지금 5분 만에 하나 끝냈어.
그래서
He's running it back. How old is this guy? He's like damn near 60. I think he's like late 50s.
소스만 두 개.
That just goes to show you, though. Solid diet, solid workout regimen, a little bit of steroids. You're good. He's 49? Really? I thought he was older than that.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Dala, thank you.
Stupid dad.
됐어. 어디 고기지?
Want to walk that back? No, he still looks incredible for 50.
어디 고기인지도 말 안 해주죠?
모르겠어 뭐가 있는 것 같아가지고 한번 물어봐야 되는데. 야뭐 지금 그래.
Enjoy Japan
Enjoy
trip, brother.
Japan,
Thank you
brother.
so much. Like, real shit, that guy will take your girl right now. Straight up. My man on TRT and a little bit of trend would take your girl right now.
니 그때何産すかこれ?
これはオーストラリアです。
오, 알겠네. 오스트라리아. 호주구나. 나 처음 알았어. 오, 호주. 슬슬 다른 것도 물어봐야 되겠다.
그 다음은 소스.
야마고 지금 그래.
Will you collab with any streamers in Japan? Yeah, Premiere 2, Sea Dog VA, Rob CD, Pulse Japan. Yeah, we're gonna do it.
소스 때 타마네기 入ってんじゃん.
Yuta, hell yeah. That's Pulse Japan.
そうです。玉ねぎ。はい。
で、ニンニクも入ってる
Tahoe, of course.
でしょ?
そのタレには入ってないですよ。ニンニク。お、マネマン本当なんで。
그러니까.
진짜로요?
응. 마지래?
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Have fun in Japan.
他に
Porter Robinson, yeah, he's there when I'm
Oh
there.
yeah, wow, that's very
Do you see
cool.
Kaho Shibuya is in the new Yakuza game? What?
はいチーズ
Incredible. Legend.
隠し味が入ってる。そう。嘘はいらない。そうでそのソースには入ってない。
Bro, he is just absolutely burying 2 steaks with 0% body fat. That's a man. What's his name? Sexy Yama.
앞에서 먹어요.
秋山さん一番食べた時で6枚ぐらいきましたね。
아 맞지?
He ate 6?
뭐 이따 좀 가자.
もう一つはい。
What more? Beast mode.
制限じゃ。
This guy knows what he's doing. He's putting on a show. He's just showing us how fucking virile he is. He's just showing us how fucking virile.
아 대박이야 대박이야. 아 저는 이제 3개째 그러면 600g 정도.
지금 배 얼마나 찬 것 같아요?
이제 70 정도.
Who just subbed? Did I just miss something? Damp Bagels. I'm glad I didn't miss that one. Thank you, Damp Bagels.
딱 이거 먹으면 괜찮은 것 같습니다.
Smiling brightly.
처음 먹는 것처럼 드시네.
와.
I can't wait to take Hassan here. I can't wait to take Hassan here.
뭐야?
Bro, that is one thing. Yo, real shit. I let Hassan plan the last trip, right? Never again. Big mistake. We got a lot done. To his credit, we had some banger streams. That's what Hassan does. He does banger streams. However, we didn't go to many good dinners. This time around, I have a dinner planned for every night of the motherfucking trip already, dude. Booked. Bow! Locked. Ready to go. So we're going to throw this on the lunch menu. Every night? Yeah, no bullshit. No fuck. Yo, last time, I just kept waiting for that Japanese cuisine. Cuisine! I was ready for it. And we didn't quite get to that
44 months.
salsa. So this
Excited
time,
for the Japan streams.
I was like, here we go. When does Will go to Japan? I go on the 21st, baby. 44 months. Thank you. CF Stang, what's up? You're one of my long timers. What's up, baby? How you doing?
여기가 도쿄 넘버 1 스테이크.
저는
아니면 일본 통틀어.
일본에서 최고라고
Will Austin
생각합니다.
get cursed a second time? Yes.
이거는 상대가 없어.
Getting Wagyu this time? I'm okay. Real shit. It is not just getting Wagyu. It's where you get the Wagyu. Last time we got Wagyu at a place, it wasn't great. And I think they use Wagyu as like a tourist trap, try and get people to pay a bunch of extra money. And I think we went last time and we paid bet a bunch of extra money for steak that was okay. So this time, I'm going to places. I don't care if it's Kobe or not. I just want to go to a good
Hope
place.
you eat good and have a blast in Japan.
Oh,
sir.
yeah. Thank you.
상대가 없으니까 여기 많이 찾아오지.
Gotta fly out. Joe is hungry for a Japan fast food collab. Are you nuts? I don't even know if Joe has a passport, man. Like, I am all for bringing Joe to like EDC because I think he loves dance music and having him try like the food there. Like, that is realistic to me. But flying Joe to Japan? Negative, Ghost Rider. AC for the win, or ACFTW. Thank you for the rate of 6. I appreciate you.
와. 그래.
Dude, what did I say? Rolling sweat. That's how you know a man is getting skintimate with the food.
와 진짜.
Yo, his fit is so diabolical, by the way.
제대로 먹었네. 제대로 먹었어. 제대로 먹었네.
그러면 사장님이 격투기 좋아하시니까 그 좋아하시는 탑3 안에 형님이 드는지 약간 궁금.
아니 그러면 바보도 아닌데 이게 제 이름이 나오잖아. 아 근데 이때까지 좋아하는 격투가 누구냐라고 하면 돼. 이때까지 역사 중에 누가 좋아하는 격투가가 있냐 이렇게 물어봐야지. 근데 여기 세계에서 장난 아닌 사람이.
A macho man. Yo, this song is incredible.
눈치 봐야 돼. 야마구치君なんか格闘技が好きやったやん。それナンバー3ぐらい何かいてる？例えばいろいろ今までの歴史の中でも。
そういう意味では一番自分はマサス秋山さんはすごい個人的に
덕구지 이만한데 기가 지금 들었어? 이게 사나이야.
솔직하게.
이따가 물어봐야겠다. 기회 가서 여쭤보겠습니다.
여기 네임 보면 이거는 바타하리라고 있어요. 바타하리는 옛날에 K1 선수였어. 바타하리 스테이크라고 그게 메뉴를 집어넣었어요. 좋아해서 집어넣었어. 예, 그래가지고 이렇게 이름이 바타하리 기와하라 이렇게. 근데 요코즈나도 있고 그렇게 좋아한다고 하면서 내
But I'm not on here.
왜 나를 제일 좋아한다고 하면서 왜 말이 앞에랑 뒤가 안 맞네. 앞뒤가 왜 안 맞네?
원하세요?
여기서 뭐 아키야마라고 하는 거 아니라 나는 추성이라고 하고 싶어. 확실히 추성이라고 하면 우리나라 사람 오시면 추성 주세요라고 하면 너무 좋잖아. 너무 그러니까.
横綱は64代横綱なんで640代とかあるんですでまだあれはもうヒゲはほとんどその頃なかったんですよ
それ作ってなるほど 이게 의미가 있대 다 하나씩 그러니까
Oh, there's the English names. Hold on. Yokozuna, steak and rice. Oh, those are the only ones named after people.
의미가 있대 다 하나씩 그러니까 요코즈나 같은 거는 64대 요코즈나였었고 그러니까 64g, 640g 다른 사람이 또 이게 다 있대요.
만약에 형 이름의 메뉴를
That
만든다면
tan.
그러니까
Yeah, that dude,
그것도
dude.
생각해야
He
돼.
is peak manliness. Juiced up, fake tanned.
그래서 추성은
형 진짜 진심이네.
기회 잡으셨다니까요.
이건 어때? 나는 고기 3개랑 밥 2개. 이게 제 세트거든요. 밥 2개.
그럼 10만 원 넘는 거 아니야?
탈락됐네, 탈락.
탈락이네. 뭔가 좀 아이디어 주세요. 여기서 하면 좀 할 수 있겠다.
구독자분들한테 아이디어를 한번 받아봐도
댓글로
될 것 같아.
달아달라고.
That was an awesome video. Speaking of which,
That was
do we
good.
have any new Joe is Hungry? Has he dropped a new video since I left the world of the living? New Checkers BBQ burger. Let's go. Well, my girlfriend of 10, hope that's 10 years that you've been dating and not her age, broke up with me yesterday. Thanks for streaming and having something to try and get my mind off of it. Yeah, I feel you. Breakups are tough. 10 years is a long time, man. 10 years is a long time. I think when you've been dating for that long, you'll obviously really feel the sting of the breakup because you've grown so much with that person. And I think you'll definitely feel like, oh shit, I don't feel like a complete human. But the good news is you get some time and space to go figure out who you are again. Which can be very gratifying if you don't spend the whole time looking for your next partner. I think that's the biggest trap. I think a lot of people get out of long-term relationships and immediately try and get right back in bed with another relationship. And I think you'll really vex yourself. You'll really put yourself in an impossible position if that's how you spend all your time. So I would just allow yourself to... Boy Kissers Central. I would just allow yourself to kind of be single and rediscover who you are. Thank you, Haas, for that soundbite. They said 10 months? Oh, fuck off. You're fine. Go get laid. Nah, you'll be all right. Oh! Product placement, product placement, product placement, product placement. Oh, damn. Yo, my hot sauce looks so fucking cool, man. I'm not going to lie. I'm really proud of what we did. I feel like I got old man energy because I'm like proud now. I don't think I've ever been proud of myself. Maybe my mental is just being, returning to baseline. But now I catch myself on random days being like, damn, I'm kind of proud of that. It's one of those things I'm proud of.
Welcome, everybody.
What happened with Cobblemon? I had to do the Marvel stuff. The final tournament is tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to make it because I'm doing the cosplay with Baby No Money, and I signed up for that a long time ago. The original end date was supposed to be the 17th, but because so many people were preparing for Marvel, they pushed it back, and I didn't want to be like the one guy who was like, hey, could you not push it back? So I hope I make it. If you guys really want, we can do some Cobblemon late tonight, but I think we're going to do a lot of my normal content first.
If you haven't been here before, my name is Joe, and this is the Joe is Hungry channel, where sometimes we give second chances and even thirds right here within
Twitch,
the city limits of.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to give you a take that's going to get me no views, no credit, no traffic, no hype, no nothing. Here's the take. People were way too hard on Twitch for this event. 100p. People were way too fucking hard on Twitch for the Rivals event. Because honestly, first of all, I think we forget that the people that work in any kind of corporate setting, like they don't know games as intimately as maybe the person who's playing it 12 hours a day. Now they know those games, but it was also a brand new game. And I think Twitch really wanted to set up a good relationship with Marvel, and Marvel had a lot of suggestions about how that tournament should be run. Ultimately, when they put out the initial call for who wanted to play in it, only 2 teams submitted their roster, me and Abe. So they pushed that barrier back, and then they got way too many talented players. And then it was like, oh my God, and it was tumbling down. But I don't think that's totally on Twitch, honestly, truly. I think we need to, as I've said before, I think Twitch Rivals should be charity, peace and love. I know some people will not like to hear that. I think you should get a fee for practicing for the event, for showing up, but that should be a flat fee. And then whatever you win should be charity. I think teams, players, people get very sweaty when you put a lot of money on the line for an event that's supposed to be like a fun, go have a good time, don't take it too serious. Ha ha ha. Like as soon as you put real money on the line, like you would never do a pro-am golf tournament or softball game or anything like that with real money on the line, because it's like, wait a minute, that's not supposed to be the spirit of this. The spirit of this is supposed to be a group of creators showing up and kind of having a non-serious tournament. And we got in there and it was essentially a pro tournament with some like average streamers peppered in. Like it was wild. So, I mean, they just kind of have to make a decision on what they want these to be in the future. If they want them to be pro tournaments, I think that's fine. I think Twitch could absolutely throw its own pro circuit of events and people would have a great time watching that. But if that's not what they want to accomplish, which is like the Rivals mission statement right now, I think you got to make it a charity event, full stop.
Mount Georgia. Now it's time to do the ever popular birthday shout
But again,
outs.
I think everybody takes an opportunity to shit all over Twitch because it gets views. And I understand that. You know, there are times I like to shit on Twitch. I honestly, I know a lot of the people who worked on this event and they gave it their damnedest, man. They really did try. So it's not my modus operandi to just crap all over them when the internet's already doing it.
Jesse P, I want to wish you a very happy birthday on February 3rd. Laura B on January 30th. Maria M on March 22nd. Dylan K on February 11th. Nicholas D on February 16th. And I want to thank all of you for supporting the channel. Jason Lee, Coy and Anna, Hank, Madison, Chris, and David. I want to wish each and every one of you a very hungry and happy birthday. And speaking of second chances, we're headed over to my local Checkers to do a complete examination on their newest limited time offer. The Honey Barbecue Bacon Burger, which is made with 1 small hamburger patty, 1 slice of American cheese, a single slice of bacon broken in half, and if you were at Wendy's, that would be 2, grilled onions, honey barbecue sauce on a toasted sesame seed bun. Each one of these little burgers will add 390 calories to your expanding waistline.
Bullshit. 390 calories? No way. That's closer to 500.
The full nutrition.
I'm going to grab some water really quick. I'll be right back.
Information on the screen and in the description below. If you just want one of these little burgers, you're going to have to shell out $2.69, or you can make it a small combo for $5.69. If you want to get a better price, this is part of Checkers 2 for $4 deal. This mix and match special brings the price down to $2 a piece. If you want to make it a small combo, you'll have to add $3.30 to the total, or you can make it a medium for an additional $4. Or go large for an additional $5.40 before taxes in Georgia. You may ask, is this a good deal or yet another marketing ploy? Well, we will absolutely find out later in the video when we do the Joe is Hungry weight test and calculate the actual out-the-door fast food price per ounce. Are they going to be served piping hot this time? We've had issues in the past. Will they come out in a reasonable amount of time? Well, there's only one way to find out, and that is to roll through the drive-thru at Checkers in Cartersville, Georgia.
Got the neighbors sitting knocking on the floor. Got the neighbors sitting knocking. Got the neighbors sitting knocking on the floor. The neighbors sitting knocking.
Welcome to Checkers. What can I get for you today?
Could I get 4 honey barbecue bacon burgers?
Absolutely. What else for you today?
That's all I want.
Alrighty. So today you'll be looking at 1 second.
It's the 2 for
All right,
$4.
you'll be $8.56.
Okay, thank you.
That's no problem.
Howdy. I got my burgers.
Thanks
Let's
for
pull
not
off.
being lame.
Hey, I do my best. I'm glad I'm still not lame.
To the side and do the Joe is Hungry temperature test.
850 for 4 sandwiches is actually a pretty good deal. I'm gonna be honest.
Burger number 1 is 128.8 degrees Fahrenheit. Burger number 2 is 112.8 degrees Fahrenheit. Burger number 3 is 114.6.
That is not hot enough. That is lukewarm.
6 degrees Fahrenheit. If you've been watching my channel, you know I like my temperatures at 140 degrees or above. And in this case, hotter is always better. It is unfortunate because with these temperatures, Cartersville, Checkers, you fail the Joe is Hungry temperature test. Now it's time to uncover this burger. Take a deep.
No wonder Americans are so big. I can get a burger for $8.50 in Australia. I can't get a burger for $8.50 in Australia. Yeah, Australia, doesn't it kind of notoriously have like very high food prices? Like your groceries are wild in Australia, correct? I'm not mistaken about that, am I?
Deep, dark dive under the hood, take it apart, count the bacon, head back to the studios and do the Joe is Hungry weight test. Well, Checkers, a little bit disappointed in that temperature test, but I understand you've adopted the McDonald's
Islanders. Calling Australia an island seems kind of disingenuous, doesn't it? To me, I mean, it's a fucking continent, basically. Like, it's so big.
way of making burgers, and that is to
it's a whole ass continent.
cook them in advance and put them in a heated tray. And this is the direct result of that. And I can tell you, any of us would rather go to the penalty box for 5-10 minutes and get it cooked.
So why isn't North and South America considered an island? Right? Like, I don't know. It is? No, it's not. Technically, they are. No. It's a continent.
Fresh to order rather than hand it out of the drive-thru in less than 2 minutes. And I realize it's not your fault. This is going to be corporate Checkers that controls this. So let's go ahead and see if this is a good deal by taking off for the packaging. In other words, setting the
If you zoom out far enough, everything is an island. I hate this take.
chair on the scales.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Eubs. Thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. My God, that guy's fucking smart. Didn't spend a dime. Gets all this juicy content. What a fucking giga brain. I bet his penis got a little bigger from that too.
Honey barbecue bacon number 1 is 4.15 ounces or 118 grams. Honey barbecue bacon number 2 is 4.60 ounces or 129 grams. Honey barbecue bacon number 3 weighs in at 4.70 ounces.
Oh. I don't know if that's going to pass the consistency test. 1 and 3 are too far away.
Or 133 grams. Well, there is a little bit too much variation from burger to burger, especially with that light one they threw in there. So today, Checkers Cartersville, you failed.
I thought so.
The Joe is Hungry consistency weight test. Well, Checkers, they choose not to share their serving weights with the general public, so be it. That only leaves one more thing to do, is add them all up, average them out, do the math. And if you got the 2 for $4 special, you paid 45 cents an ounce. But if you wanted one burger and one burger alone, you're gonna pay 60 cents an ounce. So that leaves one more thing to do, and that would be the one and only, the Joe is Hungry big reveal.
Let's get a look at this warlock. Not a terrible looking burger. I got to admit something, guys. I got to admit something crazy. I felt like a pregnant woman last night because I had such a specific craving. You know how pregnant women supposedly have just these like ultra specific cravings for food? I had a craving for a Whopper and Burger King onion rings. And I ordered it and I smashed it and it was fucking delicious. I was like, God, I hate that this is hitting the spot so hard right now. And you know what's crazy? I got some for Caroline and she came in and had one of the onion rings and she's like, these onion rings are kind of fucking fire. Wait, is Joe here? Joe, did you change the color of your name? Okay, in the pinned tweet, your name is white, but in chat, your name is blue. Is that a new Twitch feature? It's green for me? Green for what? What the heck? Pinned is white. Oh, the pinned one is white, though. Interesting. Everybody, despite the name color controversy, everybody please go follow Joe is Hungry on Twitch and all of his socials. Appreciate you. Damn, those look bad. For a $2 burger, this does not look that bad. Maybe I'm just a hog, but for a $2 burger, that does not look that bad. Japanese vending machine burgers look better? Well, it's because they have pride in everything they do. Go ahead.
Hot take, keeping it a buck. Can I say the BK burger feels more like an actual burger? Here in the Midwest, the options for real fast meat are Culver's, Dairy Queen, and in last place, that Burger King burger ain't a McDonald's patty. It tastes like meat.
Okay, so here's I don't want to go too deep into this, but here's how I ended up ordering Burger King last night. It's going to be very clear. I wanted burger, and I was like, I'm going to order burger because I've worked something like over 100 hours in the last week. I want burger. So I went to order burger, and I don't know what happened in Los Angeles, but almost every single burger in Los Angeles is now a smash burger. And I will be honest, I like smash burgers. I really do. I enjoy them. But at that exact second, I wanted burger, but I didn't want to like just shovel grease down my windpipe. I just wanted kind of like outside, backyard grill burger. And Burger King kind of has some elements of like nostalgic, cheap frozen patty on backyard grill flavor to it. And that's exactly what I wanted. And it kind of hit the spot. I had all these options for very bougie smash burgers for the win. Burger She Wrote.
Read out loud gifted a tier 1 sub to Carnivorous
Steak and
Cheese.
Shake. All of these are like the bougie LA smash burger. And it wasn't what I wanted.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Yes.
I can't stop thinking about the fact that all land and islands are actually connected. Water is the only thing that makes them appear separate. Wow. So cool. I am a little baked. I'm not sorry. Please bring whole coin back. Trump coin stock is popping. The time is now. No. Give us whole. Thank you.
Is what it looks like.
Go away.
And this is what it's supposed to look like. This is what it actually looks like. And this is what it's supposed to look like. We've seen what they look like, and we saw how much they were. Definitely not winning a burger beauty contest today. No how, no way, not in relation to their ad photo.
Yes.
Well, now that you are working out like crazy and started boxing practices, what is the largest animal you could possibly take now?
Largest animal that I could take? Trying to think what I could fuck up.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Sunday Stream and Joe Pog.
Like, what is like a large? I could definitely fuck up a manatee. They're pretty big. You know what I mean? I could definitely fuck up a manatee. No way? Come on. A walrus? Hell no. A walrus would fuck you up, son. You don't want anything sharp. You don't want anything sharp. You gotta go for like gentle animals. You gotta fight gentle animals. That's the secret. Herbivores? Yeah, exactly. You could fuck up a koala? Yeah, they're not very big though. I maintain to this day with a baseball bat, I think I could take out a giraffe.
That's very cool.
I've been trying to get into shape like you. I have been super tight my whole life but have been doing a lot of stretching exercises. What do you recommend when trying to get a hole as big as yours?
It's definitely got that crush factor going on. However, I do have one serious issue, and that is with the bacon. And you out there know how I feel about
He
the
doesn't
bacon.
take no guff
This thing
off no
is supposed to
bacon.
have one slice of bacon torn in half. If we take a look at the autopsy photos, we only see 1/2 slice of bacon.
That's
now, I
ridiculous.
checked all the burgers, and only one of them had 2/2 slices of bacon. This is no accident. I just don't know what to say about that. I'm just so disappointed. Well, we might as well move on, because it's time to do the one and only, the Joe is Hungry bite test. So it is. Bite test engaged.
By the way, I want to let everybody know before Joe bite
yeah,
tests, we
wow,
got
that's
this
very
perfect
cool.
freeze. Yes, go
Once
ahead.
you take the knees out, they have prime access to pummel you with their neck. Have you seen those boys fight?
Yeah, they swing their heads around. I feel like that's a liability, though. I don't know. I don't know why I have this feeling. Maybe it's a bad take. I just want to say when I get back from Japan, merch will go on sale. We are going to have a series of different items, all of which are going to be released in order, and all of which will have a giveaway tied to them. So I think the first giveaway will be my clothing, the apparel. We're going to be doing like $2,000-$3,000 of free merch for the community in conjunction with the release. After that, we are going to be doing the plush. After that, we are going to be doing the shaker. And then also the Fear End merch is coming out. So a lot of options for those of you who want to get some Will Neff merch in whatever shape you want to get it. And know that we will be doing a big giveaway for each one of those, because I know there are members of the community that want stuff and, ultimately don't have the spare scratch on hand. So I always try and make an effort to make sure that anybody who wants to get my merch can get it. One's in chat if you've ever received some free Will Neff thing. Yeah. Also, to my mods, we did that Pokemon card giveaway. I still don't have the information on who won the Dark Charizard. So if we have that, I want to be able to send this
yeah, wow, that's very
before
cool.
too long. I was just looking at it today and I was like, fuck.
Show me something I haven't seen before. Cause I'm tired of the same boats, the same
3
shore.
years. Thank you. Thank you so much. Enjoy Japan. Hell yeah.
Leave this hell behind us. We got everything we need to make a change.
Never got that Red Lobster gift card? Really?
Oh yeah, wow,
Nice
that's very
too.
cool.
I
Did we
want to
get
win
those
so
out?
bad for you. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
I can't keep pretending.
They were sent
Will
out.
you make a surprise release of the authentic Will Neff Stafford doll replica?
If you actually had an issue with the Red Lobster stuff, please reach out to the mods. But yeah, those did go out. So with peace and love. I know a lot of people got them. Because there was even a screenshot of someone having Cheddar Bay biscuits. So if you didn't get yours, it was an anomaly. Maybe check your mail.
I'm right where I wanna be. I'm hopelessly in need of better days. Cause I'm too young to face the end, but I'm old enough to start again.
The bread is fresh, sturdy,
wow, that's very cool.
although a bit
NC-17,
crushed.
let's
The
go.
hamburger is well cooked and seasoned, but
Check your mail, Keck W. I mean, what do you want from me? We sent like 50 of them out and like 3 people didn't get it. I don't know what to say. We sent them all out in the same, like, I'm not trying to scam anybody. I like, what do you want me to do? We'll check. They went out all in the same mail thing.
it had really nothing special going on in the taste department. You can taste the bacon when you can find it. The grilled onions were crunchy, but undercooked. If they were cooked at all. The cheese can be tasted, but is nearly overwhelmed by the sweet barbecue sauce. In general, this is just an average burger with some undercooked
Sent directly to people's emails?
Wow, that's very cool.
Oh,
Neffel.
we didn't even ship them physically. Check your fucking email.
onions, barbecue sauce, and bacon, mostly in name only. With that being said,
Big shout out to my mods for handling that for me. I would not be on top of all these giveaways. I put them through hell with all these giveaways.
before I give this its well-deserved score, I need to break the barriers of time, get Shadow Joe's take, and do the Joe is Hungry.
We got ours, had an amazing date, and I'm the one who sent the screen caps. Shout out the mods. Dude, I love how many, dude, I wonder if there'll be any Red Lobster babies. I wonder if any couples had themselves a romantic dine and fuck at the... Oh, shit. Get a second kid named after me. That's all. That always blows my mind. We have a community member who named a kid after me. That's fucking
Lamar
amazing.
Jackson is this generation's Dan Marino.
Yeah, it's tough. We also have an It Dode tattoo, which is incredible.
Sneakadoodle Bite. Sneakadoodle Bite number 1. Sneakadoodle Bite number 2. Shadow. Yes? Will you do the live stream for me this weekend?
No,
cool. I'm afraid
Will
I
Neff
This
out here saving the
weekend, did we
birth
just
rates
miss
with Red
it?
Lobster gift cards.
True. Thank you so much for the Prime Gaming for 12 months. I appreciate you.
can't. I don't want to overshadow you. Sneakadoodle Bite number 3.
You have a Neff Fisto tattoo? Oh, fuck yes. Oh, God, yes. I would get a Fisto tattoo. I feel like a little sneaky Fisto tattoo, like on my foot or something, is hilarious.
I can taste the barbecue sauce. I can taste the cheese a little bit. And there is crispy bacon inside. I would have liked to seen this thing a whole lot warmer than it was. Got a little bit of flat factor going on. Let's go ahead and give this thing a score. If you don't know my scale is 1 to 10, 9 being the best. Anything above 9 is a once in a lifetime experience and almost never achieve. 5 and down.
It failed the temperature and the consistency test. I think this would probably get a high 5 if it hadn't. But I think it's going to fall to the pits and depths of fast food hell. I'm going to go 4-3.
Down is that slippery slope to the pits and depths of fast food hell. Let's go ahead and give this the number that it truly deserves.
Oh, shit. I forgot about the bacon. He is a bacon stickler. I'm going to go a 4.0.
Checkers, I just can't win here. Just make a burger, hot, fresh, cook it to order, and put all the ingredients in it, of course. If it takes a little bit longer, so be it. We'll wait, or at least I will. And you gotta believe me, I wanted a better outcome this time. But not today.
He's
I'm gonna
going
have
in
to
the
go
2s.
3.0. That is my number. This is my review, and hopefully I will see you in the next video.
Joe, he keeps me alive, keeps me young. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of YouTubes, I don't know if you guys saw, there's a new YouTube video out. And it is from a stream that some of you consider my best stream ever. It's from the Moon theme stream. So let's take a look at a clip.
So stoked for Japan Glorp.
Thank you. Oh no. Gigi just raided.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Neff piece.
Oh no, dude. Oh God, this is like when your fucking friend catches you playing with your trains, man. This is me at my most autistic. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh God.
Oh yeah, wow. that's
Gigi,
very
I am
cool.
2 hours into listening to different versions of the DuckTales Moon theme, and I didn't even see you rated. That is. Dude. We are on to the women's choir version. This is a month old. How could this be the one? Whatever, we're listening to it. Dude, I love that someone said this was my best stream ever.
I am gifted a tier 1 sub to GG. They have given 2 gift subs in the
for
channel.
5 years. And someone was like, nah, dude. All the comedy, the special events, that was old hat. Wait till he got into his real autism era. 3 hours, one song, over and over again. Not talking to chat. He was off the map, baby. That's stream jazz. I used to watch Kai Cenat, but then I saw Will Neff listen to 72 versions of the DuckTales Moon theme, and I realized there was so much internet out there I had been missing. Okay, this one's fun. What are we doing? This is it. This is the pinnacle of streaming. We found it. We can go home. No! Fucking wait this gun fucking duck from the goddamn fucking emote! No, it's not close. No! Bloke! Have we given up? No, I'm trying to learn! I don't even have a version open anymore. Fuck! My computer's overloading. Too much goddamn DuckTales. Is that Adolf Hitler?
All ducks live on the moon, but die in the sun.
It's all a dream.
This is the epic song. Listen.
Watching that marmot might have broken me. Powerful thrusts.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Just say the next one is the one.
Okay, this is gonna sound crazy, but this is like almost the closest we've gotten. Like it's that stripped down.
You serious?
Is that you? Dude, what? That would be such an amazing setup to the funniest bit ever. If 7 years ago, before I started streaming, I made a DuckTales cover that I was like, it's so good. Why won't people watch it? How do we have 6,000 people watching a 2-hour-long DuckTales moon theme
They have given 3 gift subs in the channel.
Easter egg hunt? What is happening? No, God, not trombone champ. This is the last stream. This is it.
走吧，去繁华山间朝朝暮暮。此生有千吨重，以爱你丝路中。
What is this? All right, well, if you want to know how that video turns out, please go check out the YouTube. That's one of our newest videos. I'm going to link the YouTube now, ladies and gentlemen. We heard you loud and clear. You wanted the YouTube back, and so
That song is
Shy
my ringtone
Fembo
now. Best
going
stream ever,
ham
love you,
on
thank
the
you.
new releases. We're gonna have a bunch of the YouTube or the Japan stuff clipped out as well. Please go support the YouTube. If you want there to be more YouTube, you got to go support and juice it so it can kind of be its own thing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool. Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
You gotta check out the Yard Rockathon. Slime painted up as Homer Simpson hitting the sexo while he absolutely rocks Tears for Fears.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest. How the fuck did Aiden have to get his head shaved horseshoe style? But Lud just had to dye his hair pink. It was his own suggestion. Aiden's a champ, man. Aiden is a fucking champ. Yeah, that stream was hilarious. That stream was fucking hilarious, man. All right, 1 second. Let me fix my React tab real quick. I'm back. I'm back, man. New Criterion Closet just dropped. John David Washington and Malcolm Washington. Okay, the protagonist.
What's up, John David Washington?
The protagonist lets us know what films he's into.
Malcolm Washington.
And we're here to do some shopping.
Oh yeah. All right, I'm starting with a hitter. I pulled it to the side already. Decalogue.
This just in. Hey, I've seen this one. This is incredible. I've seen this one. That is 10 out of 10. Fisto Roboto. Decalogue. I think I've heard of this movie.
5, maybe the greatest movie I've seen. Didn't know you can make stuff like this, and as well as this one. Shout out to Mirror, Tarkovsky, my GOAT. Thank you.
Definitely going with Menace to Society here.
Oh, okay. Love that movie.
I actually learned a lot from Alan Hughes. The influence and the importance of sound and music, and how it could really change the mood or the scene in a way that I never thought to think about it before. This is
The
crazy.
drive-through scene.
A double burger with fries. Man, had to get it. Me and my cousin, we quote this movie all the time. Fix me some licks with them grits. I'm hungry than a mother.
Yeah. Shout out to Colleen Smith. I've never seen this, so I really wanted to come pick this up. Dry long, so hell yeah. I just bought this, so I'm not gonna take it. But Rosetta, I want to shout out the Dardenne brothers. So influential. Kid with a Bike, I think it's also in this collection. I just bought that as well, so I can't take it today, but go see this. Have you seen Black Orpheus?
No, I haven't seen
Okay.
it.
These
gotta
are
watch Black
Denzel's
Orpheus.
kids.
It's spiritual.
He's the protagonist from Tenet, man.
It's so moving, and just really, really, really beautiful imagery. You gotta see Black Orpheus. Barry cooked with this one. He did his big one with this one. Shout out Anna Lee Blank. The sound, crazy.
That is actually, unironically, I think so unintentionally funny to grab the Underground Railroad and go, man, he cooked with this one.
Shout out Anna Lee Blank. The sound, crazy. Shout out Nick Bertel. All these guys, they went wild with this one. Underground, if you haven't seen it, watch it. This is newer to the collection, but somebody go buy this, support them, because this was incredible, incredible, incredible work.
Oh, here we go, too. That's what I was looking for. So shout out to Cassavetes. Faces, this and Opening Night are just ones I've really...
Dude, they are film guys, for sure.
I really connect to, just from how he captured performances. You know, it's very inspiring to know, like, you can be that naturalistic and it can be useful
The way they edit together, I'm thinking about continuity. Like it must have been a nightmare to edit together, but they did it, and this is one of my faves. So if you don't mind,
The way he grabbed that.
I'm showing
so
love to Jacques
awesome.
Demy, and you can't talk about Jacques without talking about Miss Varda. Yeah, one of the great film love stories. These two incredible artists. You look at, one thing I love about film is the dialogue between artists, and not only between each other, with Michel Legrand tying them together in so many ways, but
Okay, this dude knows films. God damn.
if you look at Umbrellas of Cherbourg and you look at Do the Right Thing, you see artists and dialogue. So French New Wave is coming in the bag.
Jackie Chan box set, you know.
Okay. Now we're talking.
What I'm saying, because he also has a language of physicality.
Jackie Chan box set. That looks okay. So that's long hair Jackie. So you're talking about fucking classics. You're talking about Drunken Master. You're talking about Snake and Eagle Shadow. You're talking about some old Jackie. I think Jackie is, someone said Jackie's on the Criterion Collection. I think Jackie deserves to be on the Criterion Collection because what you don't even realize is like the physicality of his stunts not only kind of changed film, like the way that this guy was, you know, he was a pretty compelling actor and he was doing insane stunts, but also the way that it was a tribute to Buster Keaton and Charlie Chaplin. Not many people know that, but Jackie Chan was a like die hard fan of Buster Keaton in particular. And he would watch Buster Keaton films. And if you've never seen some of those original Buster Keaton stunts, they're baffling. Like there's one that is very famous where they literally drop a house on this motherfucker, the side of a house, and he's standing in position and he goes right through the window like this. And it's a stunt that, like, if they had gotten wrong, Buster Keaton would have just been immediately crushed to death. like no bullshit. There were probably a few people on the set that were like, we might kill this motherfucker. I'll show you some Buster Keaton stunts really quick. They are really a marvel to behold. Here you go. Here's some Buster Keaton stunts. I want to find the house one because I think it even hits him, if I'm not mistaken. It like falls and like it clips his arm, I think, and it broke his arm. It shatters his arm, bro. That is like, look at this stunt. This is not the one. Nah, it's a bigger house. My bad. My bad. my bad. That one shattered his arm. Bro, look at how small this window is. Look at the clearance he has on this thing. Like, this is a fucking insane stunt. You can see it hit his arm, though. You see that? Look at it hit his arm. Bang! Anyway, so his influence, Jackie Chan, now watch this. Now, if you watch Jackie Chan stunts, all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute. Because he really was like a student of Buster and took some of these. They don't have, there's no compilation of just Jackie Chan stunts. This is crazy to me. There's, all right, here you go. This is like his top 10 stunts.
Onto a helicopter.
But like,
Just then, an enemy pilot
jumping onto a helicopter. Like the one where he slides down the light.
Escape.
Wow, so high quality. It is actually crazy that there is no just compilation of Jackie Chan stunts. That seems fucking wild to me. All the amazing stunts of Jackie Chan. Here we go, finally. It's like a Rick Ross generic track. Drunken Master, let's go. Maybach music. Anyway, fantastic physicality. Also, not many people know this. Jackie Chan had like he had like such an affinity to almost like, didn't he cut a lot of his own film? Didn't he develop and cut a lot of his own film? Something crazy like that.
The first film I ever saw was Rumble in the Bronx. In fact, my dad took me. And I remember my father, like he was making all kinds of noises in the movie theater. He was going crazy. And I knew I was seeing something different. The way he opened up that fridge and beat people up.
The Criterion Closet is actually in the back of a truck. That has shattered the illusion for me.
With a refrigerator, just a stunt extraordinaire. And I think underrated performer, actually, an actor, period.
Oh, what was that one? Oh, I feel you.
Right here? Talking about this right here?
Yeah.
Talking about this?
I feel like I own every format of this. We need more Spike in the catalog. Malcolm X is like...
We need Girl 6. That's what we need. Also.
Malcolm X is the greatest achievement in American filmmaking I've ever seen. So many incredible artists putting...
There might be a little... there might be a little bias in that one for their dad, but hey, it is a fantastic film.
Incredible work up. Big Zell, of course.
He's killed.
Angela Bassett, Ernest Dickerson, Terrence Blanchard with one of the greatest scores, that brass and that, and Spike is forever on the Pantheon.
You see it?
Tap in.
No, Malcolm X is better than I. Listen, I still to this day I think that Do the Right Thing is Spike's masterwork. It just captured a time and place so perfectly and so eloquently, even though it is so, brash in the way it tells its story. I don't know. I still think Malcolm X is a great film, though.
The most bold opening I've ever seen in a movie.
My God! I charge you.
Yeah.
I charged the white man while the X is burning. And he said that was a late edition.
The Rodney
King footage. That was later because when they were editing, that's when it happened.
Owe so much to Spike, to this movie.
That's crazy. And their trip to Mecca, right?
Yeah,
All the footage they got.
Shooting in Mecca.
Yeah.
So shout out to Malcolm X.
One of the greats.
Okay. All right.
You should go.
I should go?
Let's leave. Let's go.
With this Eric Romer. Okay. All right.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, all right. Wait, I lied. I see Ghost Dog.
Yo! They pulled the dog! Jarmusch! Okay. For those of you who have no idea what's going on, Ghost Dog is one of my most beloved films that I actually showed on film night one night. And it was one of those movies. So like we use a lot of legal gray area to watch a lot of the movies we do, right? Like we use the YouTube free movies, which technically you're allowed to watch because anybody can watch them. But Ghost Dog was one of the few movies where I was like, fuck it. We're watching Ghost Dog. I don't give a shit. And we just watched it. Because it's fucking incredible. And if you've never seen or heard of Ghost Dog, it's such a bizarre film. It's about a young man played by Forrest Whitaker living in, I think it's like the Bronx. And he takes on a samurai discipline and becomes a hitman for the Italian mafia. It is incredible. It is an incredible movie if you've never watched it. It's peak.
It's right here. Ghost Dog, Jim Jarmusch. Appreciate it. Yep. Yeah,
He doesn't say anything about it? Come on, man.
What is it? The braids?
Ghost Dog, Way of the Samurai. Fuck yeah. Okay, so I was right. Those Jackie Chan films, you can tell by his hair, those are his early films, which I still think are some of his most impressive as well. Don't get me wrong. I love Super Cop. I love Rumble in the Bronx. I love all that stuff. But the pre-American Jump, the two that I always think of is Snake and Eagle's Talon or Eagle's Shadow and Drunken Master. They're two fucking perfect kung fu movies if that's something you're into. Have you heard of the 1997 movie Hanabi? If you haven't, I highly recommend. Am I wrong for liking Rush Hour? No, Rush Hour is incredible. Hanabi? That's Beat Takeshi, isn't it? Am I wrong for liking Wild Wild West? Sometimes it feels good to be wrong. Okay. Sometimes it just feels good. I might have to watch this. This looks really good. Instant classic. My theater was dying laughing.
One Love Goat. Here's to another banger of a month. Safe travels to Japan.
Thank you
Can't
so
wait
much.
for the streams.
One of Them Days, starring Kiki Palmer and SZA, opens with an $11 million domestic on $14 million budget. It's one of the highest rated comedies. Really? I haven't even heard of this film. Dude, I love, I'm going to be honest. I think that comedy suggestions right now are some of my favorite because I feel like good comedy is so sparse now. And I'm not going to do the whole like, the wokes stole our jokes. I just don't think there are many good, funny movies being made. So I'll definitely have to check that out. Clip of the gun twirl. Bro, if you want to know what Ghost Dog is all about, take a look. This is it, baby. This is the height of cinema.
What the hell did you do that for?
You told me to. I don't mean you no disrespect. Anyway, now you got an excuse. You can tell them I attacked you both.
Better watch your back, Ghost Dog!
Yes! Dude, cinema. Fucking cinema. Fucking cinematic, baby. Have you ever seen The Fall?
Wow, that's very cool.
41 months. Have you talked about the Silo finale and Severance new season?
The series, I have watched the series The Fall. I don't know if that's what you're talking about though. Okay, let's talk about it. This season of Silo, First season of Silo, incredible. Second season of Silo kind of got better towards the end. I'm just going to be completely honest with that. Severance is incredible. Holy shit, that show is so good. Severance is so fucking good, man. I rewatched the first season of Severance to get ready for the second season. So fucking good. Silo was great. I'm gonna be honest. I think this first, I've talked about this. I loved the first season of Silo to the point where it's like one of my favorite seasons of television ever. Like I put it on a very short list of like must watch season of television, especially if you're a sci-fi fan. I think that the subsequent seasons of Silo will be good again. I think there is a world where Silo in the future is really good. However, I thought that season 2 felt very much like a bridge season. And also, I felt as though the motivations of all the characters became so dubious and nebulous and hard to understand that it very much hurt my enjoyment of the show. There were times where certain characters would be doing things and I was like, why? Why? And then the jumping back and forth between the two storylines felt very disruptive to me as well. I'm just going to be completely honest. But I'm looking forward to the subsequent seasons. And 2 wasn't a miss. It wasn't a miss, but the first season set the bar so high. Can you react to the new Daredevil trailer, please? I don't know if you want me to do that because I'm not a Daredevil fan. I honestly don't give a shit about Daredevil. But if you really want me to watch this trailer, I will.
Thank you for finding the time. I will admit, it's not entirely unpleasant seeing you again. A lot of time has passed. By the look of it, you've come up in the world.
I could say the same about you.
Hold on. Hold on. This guy is from the Mighty Ducks, isn't he? This guy. Okay, I might be back in.
The world.
I could say the same about you.
The mayor serves his city. I can see you're not entirely convinced.
Can you blame me? I can't shake the feeling.
Never
that
watched
you're
Daredevil.
gaming.
I tried to. I did not like any of the Netflix superhero shows.
The system.
Why did you stop being a vigilante?
The line was crossed.
It's hard to come to terms with a violent nature. Hating the power it has over us.
This city can't go
That's
unchecked.
Crazy Will, not even Punisher? No, none of them. I probably watched an episode of all of them and immediately dropped them.
Sometimes peace needs to be broken. And chaos must reign.
Daredevil was good though? Okay.
Mind putting the hatchet down? I was raised to believe in grace. But I was also raised to believe in retribution.
I mean, it looks good.
Have you seen Boardwalk Empire, Will? Fantastic show.
Boardwalk Empire has 2 good seasons and then it falls apart after Jimmy Doherty was written off. I I mean, it looks good. I'm happy for Daredevil fans. I'm happy for Daredevil fans, but I'm just gonna be honest. I don't think there's any way that I will do the 5 seasons of prerequisite viewing that I need to do to watch that show. So ultimately, I probably won't watch it and don't care. But I'm happy for all the Marvel fans that have invested that time. It looks like it's like a cut above. It looks like it's going to be a really good show. So I hope it's rad. Baby Rizzler and Polly Walnuts might be the most insane crossover of all time. Jesus Christ. Will, do you still live in Texas? I've never lived in Texas, my brother. Not once. This tweet is wild. I'm not even pulling that up. Yeah, I don't know why I never really could get into Daredevil or Punisher or I really like Marvel was always tough for me. I watched the movies and I think I had more of a tie-in with DC because I was really an avid DC comic reader and watcher. And DC ultimately made the worst stuff ever for a long time. But I don't know. Maybe I should go back and try and get through some Daredevil. I'm going to have some time on a plane. We'll see. Substance is coming back to theaters.
What
You going to keep working with Finn? I mean, I'm flying his ass out to Tokyo to hang out with him. Working with him? I've only worked with him a few times, honestly. He's more of a friend than he is a colleague. Do I think I will keep working with him? No, probably not. He's going to go work for Schlatt.
are you doing here? What do you mean? What am I doing here, Demi? This is my week. Yeah, but it's the Golden Globes, so. I know, but you have to respect the balance, remember? I know, but I was nominated. Yeah, but so am I. All right, we are one, so shall we do this together? What's the worst that could happen?
Fabulous. God, I loved that movie. It was easily my film of the year until I saw Anora, and then Anora was... What's up, Peachy? What are you sending me? The Fall. Oh, this is a different Fall. This isn't the series.
How'd you hurt your arm?
I've had
Me too. I'll tell you a story. Close your eyes.
Is this like proto Big Fish?
There were 5 of them. The Indian, the ex-slave, an explosive expert, Charles Darwin.
This guy's like, I have other interests. You could just call me the Archer. I mean, fuck you guys. He's an explosive expert. Why not just call him the white guy? What the fuck?
An explosive expert, Charles Darwin, and the masked bandit. They had one common enemy, Governor Odious.
Is Odious bad man?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I have never seen a film so influenced by another film. This is like almost a spiritual successor to Byron Munchausen, isn't it? Whoever made this saw Baron Munchausen was like, I want to make that. Okay, so I will admit, Baron Munchausen was probably maybe my favorite film as a kid. So to see this and have never heard of it seems crazy.
first, I need a favor.
You always stop at the same part when it's very beautiful.
Do you want me to finish the story? Be a good bandit.
Get him drugs? Get him drugs?
When I fall asleep, you gotta go.
Why?
I don't want you to see me like this.
It's poisonous.
Okay, that mask goes nuts.
I don't like this story.
That story was just a trick to get you to do something for me.
Wake up. Why are you making everybody die?
We're a strange pair, aren't we? Are you trying to save my soul?
Damn. I gotta watch this. Okay. Let me show you something. This is gonna be trippy for those of you who haven't heard of the other film I was talking about, Baron Munchausen. But Baron Munchausen almost even has like a it's such a specific story arc. This is Baron Munchausen.
From the director of Time Bandits and Brazil, a new movie full of noise.
Fucking Proximo, dude. Ah!
Flying objects.
Trust me, madam. Your underwear is in good hands. I'm back!
Seafood.
Hello.
Is there a doctor in the fish?
Celebrities.
I'm Baron Munchausen. That sounds nasty. Is it contagious?
Compassion.
The Sultan is going to cut off my head. And?
Travel.
Now you come back here and expect me to follow you to the ends of the earth? Yes. All right.
This is very Monty Python coded. Well, that's a good catch because it's Terry Gilliam. And Terry Gilliam was the animator for Monty Python and also made a movie called Brazil. This was considered one of his like most beloved films that he made. And it was a children's movie that ultimately would go on to traumatize a lot of children and make no money. But it is incredible. What's it called? It's called The Adventures of Baron Munchausen.
What up, Will? What is your take on the show Dead Like Me? Also, why does Brian Fuller bail early on all his great shows?
I don't know why Brian Fuller bails on all of his shows. Did he make it the full time on Hannibal? What is your take on Dead Like Me? I've never watched Dead Like Me, but I've heard people absolutely love this show. Yeah, he did finish Hannibal. God, I hope he fucking killed Hannibal. He fucking that shit out. This might be one of the biggest movie bombs ever. Yeah, which is sad. Better Man bombs at the box office. It's made $10 million worldwide so far. Paramount paid $25 million for the domestic rights, where it grossed 1.1 million. Production budget was 110 million. So the interesting thing about this movie is when I saw the trailer, I was like, this looks like shit. And I think everybody had that reaction that this looked like shit. But every critic on the planet has basically unanimously said the film is fantastic, which is so sad because they did something very different that I think the world had a visceral reaction to, but almost every critic was like, this is great. They don't want an ape DJ. Sir and/or ma'am, I don't think you understand who Robbie Williams is. He is most certainly not a DJ. He's a singer. I'm not going to lie. Maybe it's like the TRL generation, but I remember so fucking vividly the year 1999 TRL. This song, not many UK songs made it across the pond. This song was on top of TRL for what I can only describe as an epoch. Dude, Millennium. We need the video. I'm gonna go grab my dinner. I will be right back.
Since the day that we were born, got to slow down before we fall down. We got stars directing our fate, and we praying it's not too late, 'cause we know we're falling from grace. Liposuction, detox for your rent, overdose of Christmas, and give it up for Lent. My friends are all so cynical, we refuse to keep the faith. We all enjoy the madness, 'cause we know we're gonna fade away. We got stars directing our fate, and we're praying it's not too late, 'cause we know we're falling from grace. Millennium come and have a go if you think you are hot enough. Come and have a go if you think you are hot enough. Millennium, we got stars directing our fate, and we're praying it's not too late, 'cause we know we're falling from grace. Millennium sounds like jungle. And when we come, we always come too late. I have to think that we were born to hate. Get up and see the sarcasm in my eyes. And when we come, we always come too late. I have to think that we were born to hate. Get up and see the sarcasm in my eyes. Stars directing our fate. Millennium, it's not too late.
I love that song when it came out. When I was like 10 years old. Well, Neff. Absolutely shocked that Robbie Williams did this. That is a great joke. It's a great movie crossover. Ridley Scott gave a really cool new lore to Blade Runner. Uh-oh.
He's got breakdown
Ooh.
iconic movies.
They're all iconographic.
Of course they are.
Do not.
This makes me very nervous because he's a guy that I feel like has totally started phoning it in. So I want to watch the Gladiator take and then I want to hear the Blade Runner.
Trouble. For you are in Elysium, and you're already dead.
Can you describe how you executed that huge opening battle?
I'm trying to think where I really started the multi-camera thing, but I stepped up and thought, I can't do the one-on-one. It'll take me forever. I'll still be shooting it today. I said, I'm going to step up to, I think, 8 cameras.
Oh,
it's simple, actually, because if you've got 1,000 extras there, and you've got Mark Aurelius on the hill, and you've got Russell Crowe down below amongst the catapults and the cannons, why not put cameras in all those positions? You go, action! And it all happens together in one big scene. So
That's awesome.
Now, in my wigwam or tent, watching 8 cameras going boom, boom. And because I'm an operator, I said, boom, you missed it, change your lens, you were slow, let's go again. But we do all of that establishing shot in 2 takes. That's it. As opposed to shooting it all bloody dead.
That is fucking crazy. I never knew that. He got all of that opening scene in Gladiator in 2 takes?
Day or 2 days shoot. You do it in a day or less. And remembering, I'm blessed with, I've got a very good eye. I'm just blessed. I've got a great eye. I can set up here in 3 seconds in a boring room. You know, Russell said, the tiger was this close. I said, I was standing there as well, dude. He's on a chain. He said, just missed me. But that was a real tiger. An 11-foot Bengal. But the guy, the trainer, if you watch closely, as he hits the ground, the tiger's on him, he's putting something in his mouth, he's feeding him, saying thank you. That means get off me. Because if he hits the red zone, he's going to eat you.
What?
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
I never knew that.
Feeding him, saying thank you. That means get off me. Because if he hits the red zone, he's going to eat you. He hits it and he does that and he's new cut.
Strength and honor.
Paul Mescal was kind of stunned at the scale. And my job was saying, Carl, I see, Carl, you're fine. I said, don't worry about it, it's only... Because of my art background, I was a kind of comic strip aficionado. I can really draw. I can draw comic strips really well. And so I read the script and knew exactly what to do because it read to me like a comic, a dark comic. And so before I went, I drew some storyboards of the first 20 minutes of the movie. And I went out there to Hollywood, first time in Hollywood, really as a person who potentially directed a movie. The budget would be 4.2. I had no idea what it was, 4 times what the duelist cost. I took the boards out and showed them the boards. The budget went from 4.2 to 8.4. So the value of a vision is everything. It went whoomp like that. I was a very good camera operator because of 2,500 commercials I operated on.
I love how much Ridley Scott just like, he's too old to pull his punches, I guess. So he's just like, yeah, I'm fantastic at setting up a scene, and I'm a very good camera op, and I'm one of the best storyboard artists you've ever seen in your life.
All of them. So I was the only cameraman on Alien, I did right through to Thelma and Louise as an operator, so I'm a really good operator. A lot of it's handheld. And so I knew it had
To be honest, this man has earned the right to talk on himself like this, but
to be viscerally and creepy and be constantly on the move. So you do things like overlap dialogue, and I'm standing there, and there's a scene between Sigourney and whoever, and I'm always slightly moving like this, so you're always feeling a little bit uncomfortable. Why is it moving? So
Ladies
it
and
drove the
gentlemen,
editor
breaking
crazy,
news.
but it really worked.
ladies and gentlemen, breaking news.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Thanks for playing bits of our latest video on Streamwill.
What video?
I'm
Wait.
glad you and chat liked it so much. It was a
Oh,
bloody
hell
effort
yeah.
to work
What's
on,
up?
and we've got so much cooking up to come. Neffle.
What's up, Shy? Yeah, it looked great. As of 7:30 tonight, Wake Wilder will be in Japan with the Fear and crew. Confirmed. Put him in there. Put a fucking stamp on it, baby. That's sick.
Don't forget, we have no digital effects in those days, and nothing. And so backdrops have to be painted, and I have to find a very tall, thin man to squeeze into a
Can we
rubber
talk
suit.
about David Lynch yet?
And therefore,
I can talk about David Lynch quickly. David Lynch is a guy that I admired as much as a person as I did a filmmaker. I think he was a fantastic human being. And I think that, in my opinion, he had like 2 or 3 perfect projects. Now, I'm going to admit to you guys, I'm not like the biggest Lynch. I think there are Lynchian fans out there. Nandre is one of them. Caroline is one of them, where they just loved everything that Lynch ever made. I was not as much of a Lynch head, I will admit, but I do think that there are a few scenes that I think are just some of the most perfect scenes in terms of like building drama, suspense, terror. There are few better in history that have ever existed at doing that. And I think if you ever wanted to study like how to build tension and suspense and terror and you know, just like almost like this weird energy within a scene, Lynch might be the greatest of all time at that. Truly, like he was a wonder at that. Also, I think Twin Peaks kind of gets grandfathered in like the Beatles, in that you have to realize that was a show that was on network television. And I think people went into it expecting one thing. And then when it was a totally separate thing, it kind of blew minds, like almost generationally blew minds. Twin Peaks is overrated. I'm glad you say that, because I think that statement comes from the same place that people who will talk shit about the Beatles come from, where if you take some of the Beatles songs out of their time and place and their import at that moment, they might not be as impressive, right? Like if you just listen to Yellow Submarine without any context, it sounds like shit with Peace and Love. We are living in. But then if you go back and you look at the import that the Beatles held for music and culture and rock at that time, you kind of weight that song more heavily. And Twin Peaks might not be a show that holds up with like modern horror, or, you know what I mean? Like I wouldn't put it up against like I don't know, whatever your horror show is that you're watching currently. But I think for the time when you realize that it was a network show, that at the time there are a lot of those, and they felt like melodrama, and they're, you know, it ran like a opposite coach basically if you know what that show is. And when you factor that, that show is so mind blowing for people because they went in expecting nothing and they got like one of the great change ups and strange dreamlike shows of all time. And ultimately, I think some of the greatest shortcomings of Twin Peaks is that it was a network show. And Lynch eventually was forced by the network to ask the great or answer the great question, who is the murderer? And I don't think Lynch ever intended to do that. So I think, again, Lynch is maybe the best of all time at building suspense and tension and horror within a scene. Ultimately, what kind of doesn't click for me with Lynch, I'll be honest with my critique here, is that I love great storytellers. That is first and foremost for me. I like people that spin a tight yarn. I like to be able to take my critical lens and poke at what you've just told me and test the logic and weight of it. And that to me is almost a game in and of itself. And Lynch was a person who, by his own accord, didn't give a fucking shit about that. Like one of his famous quotes is, "I don't know why people want art to make sense so badly. Life doesn't make sense," which I think, is a profound statement. And I think a lot of what Lynch did was pretty profound, but ultimately just not my cup of tea. But again, I always thought he was such a hilarious human being. That picture of him with Trent Reznor wearing the Quake shirt will live in my head forever. And he had a great run. You know what I mean? Like when people talk about passings in Hollywood, you're usually talking about men and women that are in their like 30s, 40s, 50s, and you go, oh my God, what a loss. I cannot believe. Lynch lived to 80 years old and he smoked a pack of cigarettes every day from the time he was 7 years old. You know what I mean? He had a nice fat slice of life. So he is a passing that certainly, I tip my hat and I go back and I'm probably going to watch some Lynch projects because of his recent passing, but I don't bemoan his time. I don't think his art or his life or his pleasure was cut short in any way. So 78, he'd be 79 tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, 80.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
R.I.P. Davy Lynch. He would have loved Hulkcoin.
He would have loved Hulkcoin. That's my Lynch take. I think for me, if you want to watch my favorite thing he's ever done, there's a scene in Mulholland Drive where two men are sitting in a diner talking about a dream that one of them had. I think it's referred to as Dumpster Man. I think it's the greatest thing he ever filmed. It's incredible. It's a fucking masterpiece of a scene. If you want to watch what I think is his best film of all time, I think it's Blue Velvet. I think Blue Velvet holds up both in like his dreamy, abstract, penchant for storytelling he had, but it also has a pretty tight narrative arc that you can follow from A to Z.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Neff Horn.
Also,
Neff Horn,
Hopper, with peace and love to everyone that Lynch cast in all of his projects. Hopper was the best actor that was ever in a Lynch project, and it is his best role of all time. It is an absolute masterclass on how to play a villain. And that scene with him in the fucking mommy is just, it's like, baby wanna fuck. It's so fucking good. Anyway, that's my Lynch take. I rest in peace to one of the greats.
But when you do that, you can shoot very little, shoot as little as possible because it doesn't really hold up. And so by being subliminal and minimal,
Anthony
it works very well.
Hopkins over Hopper. What Lynch project was Anthony Hopkins in?
Oh yeah, wow,
I think
that's very cool.
the creature was unique, and you have to believe.
You're a blessing,
Doesn't matter how good.
Elephant Man.
Through so many dark
Oh my
times.
gosh, that's a good pull. I didn't even think of that. You're probably right. You're probably right. That is a fucking great performance. But I would say ultimately that he's a better actor overall, but Hopper in Blue Velvet, like that is his performance of his lifetime, right? When you look back at Hopper's career, that is the best he ever did. It was incredible.
My cast was fantastic. But without that beast, it wouldn't have been the same.
I can't lie to you about your chances, but
honestly, this is the one part of Romulus I did not like. With Peace and Love, I hope there are some people that agree with me. To have that character have this fucking cameo and do it with fucking CGI versus like the legacy of it being one of the greatest practical moment of effects of all time. I think you just get a look-alike, and I think everybody forgives you for it. I think if you just got a look-alike, everybody would have forgived you for it. I don't know. That's just me.
Sympathies.
Forgiven, not forgived.
I was worried that we were actually we might run out of scares and creepy things in the corridor. So the new thing
I'll be right back.
would suddenly come in. Ash would object to something, and then would actually have a bad turn as a AI. And Yaphet Kotto had to take the fire extinguisher and knock him around the head. Probably he knocked his head off, so now we see a wires and metal organic AI. Is he using AI? The first time was Stanley Kubrick, where he invented HAL. HAL emerged as a computer, which no one knew what a computer was in those days. The computer knows from the corporation that the journey success is more important than the crew. So we borrowed that and made that into Ash. But he was the company man. Of course, if you're going to make a company man, you don't want a black box. You want somebody who's going to consort, meet, chat, drink coffee with, and be with the people. They will not know he's a company man because he's kind of more human than human.
He say you Blade Runner.
Tell him I'm eating.
On Blade Runner, I was inventing a new world. And I spent 5 months
This is
with
the
a
part I
very
wanted
good
to watch.
writer.
I'm sorry.
He say you Blade Runner.
Tell him I'm eating.
On Blade Runner, I was inventing a new world. And I spent 5 months with a very good writer called Hampton Fancher,
Hype Train! We have something for that.
who'd really written a play adapted from Do Android Dream Electric Sheep. And so I read...
No, please? Okay.
...the book and felt there were 90 stories in the first 20 pages. So I thought,
Nephor.
it's too complex. But I sat with Hampton. I said, you've written this beautiful story that takes place in an apartment. It's an internal story where a hunter falls in love with his quarry.
Why is it scuffed? Because I asked for it to be louder, and Haas turned it up. And I think as penance for me asking to turn it up, he's just left it absolutely cracked.
Love your cadence, love the rhythm of your dialogue, love your dialogue, love the idea. I want to see what happens when he goes out the door. And from
my
that,
bad. We're getting a finalized version of it. So
we just went boom. Harrison Ford was not a star yet. He had just finished flying the Millennium Falcon in Star Wars. I remember my financiers saying, who the fuck is Harrison Ford? I said, you're going to find out. So Harry became my leading man. And I couldn't find the girl. And I looked and looked and looked. I was looking for Vivian Leigh kind of thing, this dark beauty. And I finally found this girl who was 18, hadn't done a film before. That was her first.
She was 18 in this? What? Bro, I have always thought that she was like in her late 20s. That is crazy.
That was her first movie.
This was her first movie.
The reason for the pyramid was, I think the true Tyrell was dead inside a sarcophagus in the middle of the pyramid because he knew.
What? Okay, so this was the new lore that the chatter told us about that he is revealing.
He was dying. Whatever the age and the time, there will always be some industrial disease that we haven't actually dealt with. But he'd also, here's the trick, does Putin have 6 clones? So Tyrell had made several lookalikes of himself, so he could be anywhere, you wouldn't know where the real one was. So the Tyrell we were talking to was probably not the real Tyrell, but was a fundamentally replication of himself. So that's how complex it gets. That's how we end up with the pyramid. It never got to do the scene where they go to the sarcophagus and see he's dead.
What? There was a scene where Tyrell is already dead in a sarcophagus? I wonder if he is just vamping off dome right now on something he wanted to do, or if that was actually in the original shooting script. By the way, thank you again for the hype train. If you want to juice it, go ahead. I'm going to Japan. Please.
I think he died in the sarcophagus. I took it from, there's a massive power breakdown on the east coast of America. One powerhouse in one of the states, it was crazy. All the 3 states switched off for 22 hours.
He did not write that scene. We would have known. I don't know, man. We didn't. Okay. When Blade Runner came out, sweet roll. No, missed the end of the hype train, but I still appreciate so much all that juice. Thank you, sweet roll.
I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Hot take, he never made a good movie after Gladiator, except for Black Hawk Down.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Let's go, Japan.
Let's go. Gladiator 2 was not good. I will admit that. We can find common ground on this. Okay, this is crazy though, because this might have been in a shooting script at some point. Now I feel like with any like box office smash with social media and the internet, we have so much access to directors and their filmmaking process. But when Blade Runner came out, I don't think we had anywhere near that kind of access. So, I mean, he might be just freestyling, or this might be true. I can't gauge it.
Talking to was probably
8 years ago. Could Tyrell have been a replicant? I was reading user comments for a video and came across this interesting comment. It is a fact that in the film, Tyrell is seen. The Tyrell that is seen as a replicant of. The Tyrell that is seen is himself a replicant. I'm sorry, that was worded strangely, and I have dyslexia. The real Tyrell being long dead. There was a scene planned where Roy goes into a room to find the real Tyrell's corpse in a glass sarcophagus, but it was cut from the final. So this was in a shooting script at one point. That is, I've never heard that. That is crazy. And I love Blade Runner. I've watched Blade Runner no less than 20 times. That's crazy. That's amazing.
Not the real Tyrell, but was a fundamentally replication of himself.
I like 2049
So that's how
more.
complex.
2049 is a fine film. It's an excellent film, and it's grown on me. The more times I've watched it, it's grown on me. But the original Blade Runner, oh man.
It gets. That's how we end up with the pyramid. It never got to do the scene where they go to the sarcophagus and see he's dead. I think he died in the sarcophagus. I took it from there's a massive power breakdown on the east coast of America. One powerhouse in one of the states, it was crazy. All the 3 states switched off for 22 hours. So I think I went from that idea. When it went down, Terrell may have died in the deep freeze.
Thelma and Louise, Black Hawk Down, Apple commercial, The Counselor, The Duelists, The Legend. I kind of want to see what he says about Black Hawk, and then we'll move off. I love Black Hawk.
Hey, this is Black Hawk Down. Plumley, Nelson, you're gonna stay here. You're gonna hold this corner, and the next one with the Humvees.
I had to get the King of Morocco, who I got to know because of Kingdom of Heaven. And Kingdom of Heaven, they love the Kingdom of Heaven because they're in deep respect for the Muslim culture. So he was charming. And so now on Black Hawk, I can say, I want to bring in 4 Black Hawks and 4 Nightbirds. But to do that, I've got to bring 125 Rangers. You know what a Ranger is? It's heavy duty, real thing. Because they'll be the insurance on the Black Hawk. And I can't have my actors fast roping down that. That's got to be a Ranger, because if somebody falls, I'm in trouble. And he said, I'll do that, but you have to get the Pentagon to write me a note inviting us to send to me because I welcome the American army and their devices. So he did that. He wrote in to the Pentagon. The Pentagon says, okay, we're on. So we're sending 4 Black Hawks, 4 Nightbirds, and
Thank you so much, Jay. I appreciate you for the 23 months.
125 Rangers.
Black Hawk Down is fucking phenomenal.
I'm working in a village near Rabat, which used to be called the Barbary Coast, where all the pirates were. I took over the village, but it's a town. But in the town...
DVC, thank you.
I said, we're going to be up and down all your streets. So I employed 1,500 people in the town every day for like 3 months, 4 months. And they loved it, and every one of them could handle a weapon or could sprint in flip-flops. And they could run in ragged clothing and shoot and fire from Sierra Leone, Congo, everything. Fantastic.
What did that film teach you about war?
Dude, that casting call must have been wild. Looking for person who, talent who, can work firearm, run in flip-flops, operate ragged clothing. Authentico.
No one wins. Everyone dies. Everyone gets hurt.
Damn. Dude, that Blade Runner lore was actually fucking fire, man. Very good. Yeah, I know some people like the new Blade Runner more. I feel like the people that like the new Blade Runner more were never that into the original Blade Runner. I feel like people who were already Blade Runner fans maybe didn't appreciate the sequel as much. I think that people that were just coming into Blade Runner for the first time like the second Blade Runner more. But I think most people who are Blade Runner fans, it's hard to beat the original OG, man. That movie is fucking... Also, I kind of like that Blade Runner, if you know anything about the film, it's like so ambiguous to the point like you have to watch the right cut of the movie to like get the ending and it's great. Any Survivor tonight? Yes, probably in about another 20 or 30 minutes. We're just doing a normal stream tonight. Rice cakes for breadcrumbs is G.
To make some healthier, higher protein, lower calorie chicken McNuggets. All right, I have about a pound of ground chicken here. Gonna add in some onion powder, seasoning with my heart. Garlic powder, never enough. Salt, a little bit of mustard, trust me on that. Pepper, and now we mix it. All right, now we're gonna start forming our chicken eggies. Make sure your hands are a bit wet. Now I'm gonna place these in the freezer to firm up for about 30 minutes. For the breading, we're gonna use 4 unsalted rice cakes. I'm gonna add about a teaspoon of each seasoning. And blend. And blend. And blend. And now we just
That's crazy.
spread our nuggets and place back on the baking sheet. Now we bake these in the oven at 400 for about 20 minutes. Higher protein, lower calorie, and delicious.
He might be cooking with that one. He might be cooking with that one.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
At
Geoforio.
Will Neff, hey Will, I'm really excited for the Japan stream. How are you gonna explore Japan? Just freeballed it or have planned to go to places?
We have a ton of stuff planned, but my idea is that we have so much stuff planned so that we can freeball it. We have an itinerary for every day. But if we decide, hey, fuck that, I want to go do my own thing, we can. But it's not going to be like last time where we're like scrambling the entire trip. If something cool comes up, we're open for it. If nothing cool comes up, we have stuff planned. You'll never experience the peak British joy of standing in the cold rain watching your League 2 team lose 3-0 away while clutching a tray of cheesy chips. Okay, I'm not reading that comment. But yeah, dude, I mean, do we need to punch down anymore? I've said it many times. The UK has the worst food on the planet. I'm so sorry. To my own Scottish heritage. Wait, the glass sarcophagus is in the Blade Runner sketchbook? Okay, he was not joking. He is good at storyboard. Is this it? Crypto Crypt. Cryo Crypt. Oh my glorb, it was there. Wow. 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 Did you see that one tight end maxed his RuneScape account? Yeah, dude, much respect. A player on the Tennessee Titans maxed his RuneScape account. We got to get him in the tub with Austin Show. We got to get him in the tub with Austin Show. They can talk all things RuneScape. I saw that. I saw this.
Meet Silky.
Thank you all that.
Ow! Silky, they shooting.
Sweet day and salutations, ladies. My name is Silky Johnson. A little bit about me. I'm a purveyor of precious goods and services, i.e., bitches.
I'm sorry, are you some sort of sex trafficker?
I don't do traffic. I take helicopters, bitch. And as for you, that coat right there looks like you're skinned a grouse.
Horrible bitches make horrible decisions.
8 whole months.
And you, tangerines
Thank you
not
for
your
the
color, and
8
there's something
months.
in your belly button.
Appreciate you.
Made you look. And as for this one here,
Oh, I know you ain't talking to me with your chipmunk looking ass.
chipmunk. Do me a favor and hand this woman another balloon.
Ow!
Sassy
Oh
mouth.
yeah, wow, that's very
Good
cool.
day, ladies.
Let's meet our last guy, Larry.
Ashy Larry. Get him, Glow. Yeah, dude, it was good to see the player haters ball come back. You have to excuse me. I have to get home and put some water in Buck Nasty's mother's dish. Your newest video about the moon theme stream is so fucking funny. Thank you so much, guys. Go check out the whole thing on the YouTube. I linked it earlier. Please, please, please juice the YouTube so we can continue making YouTube. By the way, the perfect bar to bring Hassan to. It's bad manners to eat and drink on the subway of Tokyo, unless the train is a bar. It's just a subway car bar. Don't show him that. I already do enough for him. I don't have to go drink on a fucking train for him, okay? With peace and love. This is a weird tweet someone sent me.
Wow, that's very cool.
You will never be Japanese. You will never find the love of your life in Japan, who looks like this and is a cutie pie Japanese girl. You will never be the protagonist in an anime. You will never have superpowers that allow you to overcome your most greatest tribulations. You will always be a loser.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, so after someone mentioned this DJ yesterday, I went and listened to him, and I listened to him during Marvel Rivals.
Bossy.
Go ahead.
I don't take no shit from anyone.
Hoss deserves a day of recognition. All bow before the Hoss spot. While tomorrow someone will get sworn into office, today, we recognize greatness.
Thank you, Hoss. Yeah, I listened to this during Marvel Rivals. I would love to see this dude in Tokyo. Yeah, baby. Tokyo! Hello, streamer. I am trying to make it as a full-time chatter. Please donate. Hey. Okay. Good luck to you. Hope that goes well. Full-time chatter. Hey, I like that. Play this, please. I have no idea what this is.
I'd love to save you, but you've got to save yourself. I'd love to save you, but I've got to save myself first. I try not to breathe, silently replaying the scene behind the veil. I see a scream behind the veil. My mind keeps trying to bring me, but hell is here.
DuckTales video? Yeah, that's pretty good. Thank you.
Void instead, can't trust myself. My mind keeps lying to me. My mind keeps lying to me. My mind keeps lying to me. Keeps lying to me. My mind keeps lying.
I kind of fuck with it. like this part less than I like the chorus. The chorus is really catchy.
But why is she here? You keep saying that it will pass. So please just sit back, relax. Y nadie puede hacer nada por nadie. Más se hunden ambos al intentar. My mind keeps lying to me. My mind keeps lying to me. I'd love to save you.
Like this part is really good. Interesting. The whole aesthetic kind of reminds me of Young Cigarino. You guys remember him, the Italian rapper? What was the name of that song? Was it Young Cigarino, where he was like a fashion influencer? I mean, there's like the one video where he like put his hand in like a bowl. Is it blah, blah, blah? Yeah. What the hell was his name? That was Young Cigarino. Fistful of Ketamine. That is another good song. Is this it? Yes, dude.
Fumo e rido, ha 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 ha. Ride, ha 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 ha. Alfa, beto, rari, ram, scotta. Sudo, bevo, passo e letto, mia mamma mi crede pazzo, canto, la la, sto indicando con il dito, la schiaffeggio mentre ride, mangio
When's the
caramelle.
Marvel Rivals climb? Oh my god. Not soon, I hope. Taking a little break from Marvel Rivals, honestly. I feel like I just gotta take a little break. Honestly, you know what? I'm gonna say it. I wasn't that bad. I wasn't that bad. I thought I played pretty good. I was happy with the way I played.
Oh, yeah,
People
wow,
are
that's
Pepe
very
lying.
cool.
My brother in Christ, there was a game where literally I went, holy shit, that guy's Celestial 1. What is he ranked in the world? And Noko goes, he is number 1. And I went, yeah, but what's his rank in the world? And he said, 1. And I said, what? He said, that's the number 1 player in the world. And I went, oh. I went, oh. Okay. I was healing my ass off. Just didn't feel like the heels stacked up. Seagull. What are your thoughts on Patrick Mahomes getting free flags from the refs? Let's take a look.
Flag on that. I mean, it was a late slide, but they throw the flag, and it was Clay Martin who threw it.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense number 39.
Oh, come on.
15-yard penalty.
Bro, all I'm going to say If you know anything about football, they have media trained these announcers. They have media trained these announcers to the point where if you ever hear an announcer, a booth guy, criticize a penalty, usually the criticism is something along the lines of, I don't really agree with that call, Troy. What do you think? Yeah, that's definitely a penalty. I don't know if I would call it there, but, Aikman literally went, oh, come on, which I'm sure he got an email or talking to about. Listen to this again.
Defense number 39. Come on. 15-yard penalty.
Here's the end of it. Yeah, I mean, he's a runner that's been called against the Texans.
And Troy, I agree with you. There's no forcible contact to the head neck area of him. The two Houston players hit each other. That should not have been a foul.
And if they've got to address it in the offseason. You can't, as a quarterback, run around and play games with defense.
The other good factoid that you need to know is that the Chiefs have never lost a playoff game where this guy is the ref. That's another good factoid. Listen, I've said it for a while. I don't think that there is a hard fix in the NFL. I don't think that they have that level of coordination. I just think that Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs are at that level where they get the benefit of the doubt almost always in the call. They almost always get the benefit of the doubt. And this is the part of the reason that I don't really like the Chiefs. I know I've said this before. People get really upset. My uncle gets really upset with me when I'm like, I don't like the Chiefs. Because he's like, Will, they're so good at football. And I'm like, yeah, but they are just kind of whack. I don't know what else to say. Because the Texans basically in the press conference went out and a few of the players were like, it's a tough way to lose a game, tough way to lose a playoff game. You never want to see a game decided by the refs. And the Chiefs came back and were like, stop bitching, shut the fuck up. Which, if you know anything about the Chiefs, they've been doing their fair share of bitching this season. So, I don't know. Not for me. Get them, Will? I'm not going to get them. I think that the Chiefs are ultimately good for football. There are so many more people watching football because of Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. It is what it is. Thank you for all those Neff emotes. I appreciate you. The Lions losing was so heartbreaking. Bro, can I tell you, I have never felt so much like the devil has a deal with Broadway Joe than when I was watching the Lions. And I was like, you know what? My whole family's from Michigan. I'll root for the Lions. Aaron Glenn, the defensive coordinator, is probably going to be the next Jets head coach. Let's see how this goes. And in the last few minutes, listening to Tom Brady go, they have 12 men on the field. Look at that. They have 12 men on the field. They got to figure this out. There's still 12 men on the field. They got to take a timeout. 12 men on the field. They got to take a timeout right now. We're waiting. No timeout. No timeout. And there's the penalty flag. I was literally just like, the Lions just, like Aaron Glenn, the defensive coordinator, just nuked their playoff chances for a 12 man on the field penalty. Like, it's the most like, yep, that's the future coach of the Jets moment I've ever seen. Like, I just felt any hope that I had with Aaron Glenn as the next head coach just drain out of my body. Anyway, I'm really sad the Lions lost. The most important field goal in Commanders history. None of this is possible with a god named Greg Zuerlein.
Try to save the day for the Jets from 54. Good snap, good hold. The kick from Zuerlein is good.
6-9, baby. 6-9.
Pro Bowl kicker.
Barkley deserves the MVP. I agree after tonight. That man was putting on a show. How was the Fear End recording? It was good. It was good. Do you dislike the Chiefs more than you hated Tom Brady's Patriots? Honestly, different reasons for disliking. I didn't really specifically dislike any of the Patriots players. It's more their head coach. I thought Belichick was an asshole. And to be honest, Bill Belichick was a fucking asshole. And to this day, he's a fucking asshole. He will always be a fucking asshole. He's like a 89-year-old lecherous mummy who dates like a 18-year-old model. Like he's just that kind of piece of shit.
I'm a stud.
I'm
bossy.
go ahead.
I don't take no shit from anyone.
Growing up a Chiefs fan and them sucking for so fucking long before Mahomes and now becoming the villain is so weird. Don't hate all Chiefs fans. Some of us suffered for a long while to enjoy this time in the sun.
Let me continue. I don't hate Chiefs fans at all. Like, I hated Patriots fans because they're fucking obnoxious. I'm sorry, New England fans. New England sports fans, you are the bottom circle of hell. With peace and love, you're honestly probably the worst fan base. Like, honestly, I don't mind getting yelled at by some dude from Boston because, like, whatever. But when some guy from, like, Connecticut or Rhode Island is like, let's go, fucking Patriots, it's like, shut the fuck up. Your state is smaller than a parking lot. Shut the fuck, like, get the fuck out of my, they're terrible. Chiefs fans, I have no problem with. And also, I think Andy Reid is amazing. Like, I love Andy Reid. I really do. It is just like the Chiefs team and the way that they operate. I do not like their players. I do not like the way the team operates. That is what I have an issue with. I don't really have any grudge with their fans. Bills or Chief? Bills? 1,000,000%. I hope the Bills go out there and drum them. With peace and love, if you are not from Philadelphia or Kansas City, you should be rooting for the Commanders or the Bills. With peace and love. Those are America's teams right now. Those are America's teams right now. Go Birds. Listen, if you're from Philly, for sure. But you just won a Super Bowl.
That's fan
And
here.
you are the
Sorry
second worst
about
fan
all
base,
that.
honestly.
Also, Philly is way worse and Connecticut is the worst. We don't claim them.
That's crazy Boston infighting right there. But you know what? If Philly won, I wouldn't be sad. Philly has a really fun team to watch, I will say. Also, I love Jalen Hurts. I really fucking love Jalen Hurts, and he gets so much shit he doesn't deserve. I saw some ESPN post that was like, one problem every team needs to fix. And it was like, Titans, offensive line. Raiders, they need leadership. And then it got to the Eagles and they just wrote Jalen Hurts. And I was like, watch your fucking mouth. This fucking guy has been slept on since college. Like, put some fucking respect on the man's name. He just wins. Anyway, enough football. Dude, I feel so bad for Mark Andrews, man. I feel bad. He had a really bad game, but like obviously, you know, fucking the salty bolty is just going to be at his ass forever. 60 greatest actors of all time. And Andrew Garfield is number 40. I don't know if I need to look at this. 60 greatest actors of all time. Andrew Garfield's number 40. Emma Stone is number 2. I think we're good here. Thanks for the list. No thanks. 21st century, not all time. I don't really care. Listen, with peace and love to Emma Stone, I think she's fantastic. I think you could even put her in the top 60, but number 2 that's ridiculous. That's so fucking absurd. This is so fucking absurd. She and Yorgos doing good. Okay, if you say so. Sydney Sweeney at the GLAAD Awards, number 2. Yeah, maybe. Just got here. Is Will shit talking to Yorgos again? No. So some list had Emma Stone as the second best actor of the 21st century. And to that, I'm like, come on. Fear of the dark.
Our brains don't want us.
Hold on. Wait, what is this is this Jacob Geller?
To experience total darkness.
I
don't mean this in a poetic.
You guys know I fucking love him. All right, this is a long video. I don't know if we'll watch all of it. I know we have to watch fucking Survivor, or else the Survivor frogs are gonna fucking kill themselves. Let me just sample this. Let me just taste it.
Poetic metaphor.
Haas just sent me a video. What did Haas send me? Okay. Thank you, Haas. I appreciate you. I have it queued up. We'll get a little sample of this.
Metaphorical way. I mean, literally. Haas. There are very few places in nature where it's even possible to blot out all illumination. Outside, even a moonless, overcast night can't shut out the light of the stars.
Why are they so
But say you're determined, dead set on escaping the glow of our world, you could head underground. In a cave, you will find dark in the truest sense, a blackness unsullied by the least bit of natural light. Even then...
Wait, this is a good one. Classic Jacob. How old is this? Wait, no, this just came out. Classic Jacob. It just came out.
Alone in a cave, without a moon or sun or flashlight, your brain will fight against the dark. Mere hours into total darkness, humans start to hallucinate. You don't have to have a history of seeing things. Fully healthy, self-aware, otherwise lucid people will swiftly and dramatically start to hallucinate in true darkness. In 2004, researchers in Massachusetts blindfolded 13 participants for 96 straight hours, and yet the participants saw many things. Flashing lights, a rotating skull, illuminated trails following their arms. One woman said she saw a splotch of light, quote, in the exact form of Elvis Presley. Another woman sensed that she was standing in front of a mirror and was terrified by the sudden appearance of a green face with big eyes. A man said he saw full landscapes, trees, pebbles, running water, all in the absence of any light at all. In 2007, the German artist Marietta Schwartz blindfolded herself for over 3 weeks. Scientists monitored her over this period, during which she witnessed hallucinations as simple as leopard print and as complex as the opening credits to Star Trek. Scans of her brain indicated that she was not simply imagining these things, but actually seeing them, the hallucinations activating the same visual processing centers of her mind that she would use to see real leopard print, or the actual opening credits to Star Trek. These experiences happened within controlled laboratory environments, but over the course of human history and art, many more people have confined themselves to a much more isolated form of darkness. They too experienced their minds fight against the absence that confronted them. All of us, willingly or not, confront the dark every day. It is the bedrock of the universe, an absolute inevitability, a required element of life and death and rest and time, and yet we refuse to simply perceive the dark. Rather than sit within total absence, our brains spin
Dude, his framing for this interview is crazy. He's in the middle of a hallway. This is pretty wild.
Stimuli out into the void. After all, how could there truly be nothing there? Over the years, I've talked about the depths of the earth, the stillness of the cold, the unknowable reaches of our oceans.
I've watched all 3 of the videos he just mentioned.
Each of these is merely an extension of the dark. That black, that abyss, that place we cannot see is not merely a fear, it is the fear. The place from which all others are born. I had a dream, which was not all a dream. The bright sun was extinguished.
I got some of your hot sauce for my birthday and tried it with eggs. Good shit.
Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. I think it's best with eggs.
And the stars
Toothbrushing
did
break?
wonder.
Yeah, I'm just different. I am a streamer that I can't be uncomfortable. So like once an hour, I like to stretch my legs, maybe brush my teeth, mouthwash, cologne, pee. Like I sit here for a long time and I just like to be comfortable.
Darkling in the eternal space.
In November of 2021, a woman named Beatriz Flamini descended into a cave in the south of Spain. Her intention was to remain underground and isolated longer than any human in history.
Does he talk about Aaron Rodgers?
She almost did it. Flamini is notable in her submission to the dark because of her general enthusiasm for the whole process. Despite helpers bringing her food and supplies, she specifically chose not to directly communicate with the outside world. No talking with others, no updates on current events. She would have a couple battery-powered lights, but no clock or externally updated calendar. She would not see another human face for 500 days.
Jesus Christ.
Because she didn't bring a mirror, she would not even see her own. She was, however, provided with a pair of GoPros. She would use these to record the whole experience.
Is this day one? Is this day one?
Remember these. Her fixations on dark and isolation and disconnection are unusual, but not wholly unique. The man she was attempting to take the record from was named Milutin Vjokovic. He was a Serbian scientist who spent 464 days in a row inside a cave. Vjokovic had a radio through which he could...
Oh my God! Look at that! That's on the cover of the book? I don't know where the man begins and the hair ends.
Could talk to people outside, but that communication did not spare him the effects of the dark. He hallucinates.
Dude, truly.
His hair grows long and ragged. He pulls out his own teeth.
What?
Or there's the French speleologist Michel Siffre. And
Wait. Back up. Hey, thank you, Alex. I appreciate you. Back up. What did he say? Pulls out his own fucking teeth?
Or there's the French speleologist. He hallucinates. His hair grows long and ragged. He pulls out his own teeth.
That seems like a pretty big detail.
Or there's the French speleologist.
What is a speleologist?
Michel Siffre. In 1962, he ventured into a cave for 2
Because I'm certainly not one.
months straight. A decade later, he returned to the dark for another 6. He found that his perception of time inevitably warped. Weeks after he entered the cave, he tried to mentally time 2 minutes, and it took him 5. Occasionally, he stayed awake for 36 hours in a row, though he didn't know it. When he was retrieved from the cave, he was surprised. Why are they pulling him out? Isn't he only halfway through? My psychological time had compressed by a factor of 2. When Flamini emerged from the cave in 2023 after a year and a half of residence, she seemed thrilled with her time. She told writer D.T. Max that her stay was excellent, unbeatable. She took a series of medical exams and all her vitals were normal.
What?
Her attitude seemed almost unbelievable.
She cheated. That bitch had a TV down there. That bitch had a Steam Deck she smuggled in.
She hadn't been affected at all by her year in the dark? But the GoPros tell another story. The first thing they document is her loss of time. On day 38 of the experiment, she says to the camera, "I'm convinced that if I get past day 30, it's a done deal." Then the auditory phantoms enter the picture. She begins to hear things, or more specifically, she begins to hear a thing.
What?
This is not paranoia. This is not hallucinations, she whispers to her GoPros. If it's an animal, it's a big animal. She was always alone in the cave. To enter, one had to rappel down a 200-foot sheer drop, but she was convinced there was something there with her. 300 days in, Flamini breaks. She blames the router researchers had placed in the cave, says that it's sending out sonic waves that are giving her nosebleeds. She climbs out of the cave but stays confined to her tent at the entrance. Assistants replace the router. She goes back in. And the more she talks about the dark, the more her initial report, excellent, unbeatable, seems like an attempt to rationalize, maybe even repress, her true experience. She later admits, "I didn't exactly lose consciousness, but the darkness saps you of life. The solitude, the social uprooting, it consumes you. You eat, you down nutrients, but you consume yourself."
Oh my God.
Because of Flamini's brief exodus from the cave, she fails her record attempt. Vjelkovic's 464-day stay in the 60s still bests her, but
I swear there are at least like 100 Hassan fans that if you just gave them a computer in a cave, they would beat the record. Computer, fast internet in a cave with food, like they would smoke that record.
I wonder how much the record matters to her now. How much importance she
It's
puts
me. I'm him.
on the exact amount of time she spent in the dark. The cameras, the other scientists, they monitored how long she was down there.
Hassan could do that easy. Dude, I swear to you, if you could guarantee Hassan, you are going to have 60,000 viewers plus every day for the next 2 years. And he'd go, "What's the catch? You have to live in a cave and have no human contact." He'd be like, "Done." Done. He'd be typing from the cave right now.
Flamini experienced something different. A while ago I was born. A while ago I was going to visit Mongolia. There is no past, there is no future. Everything is present, everything is a while ago, and it's all brutal and strange. Michel Siffre was more blunt about his time in isolation in what he called the terrifying sensation of infinite space. He wrote, "I now understand why in their myths people..."
You really think Hassan would stop his schedule and food schedule? Yes.
Have always situated hell underground. And this is the language of the people most eager to explore the dark. Here's an obnoxious question for you.
Sure.
Can you see the dark? Well, is water wet? Can you see the dark? Say I have a room in my house without illumination. The door is open, but no light can make it past the threshold. Are we seeing darkness in that room? Or would it be more accurately described as an absence of perception? I don't have an answer for you, not one that would meaningfully change your experience of the dark.
I thought Hassan couldn't even handle camping. He can't. Unless you told him that he would have all of his food and his high-speed internet there, and then he would be totally fine.
Practical explanations can't contend with lizard brain fear instincts. But can you see the dark is a revealing
This sucks. I totally disagree. I think this guy's documentaries are insane.
question because it breaks down all the abstract language we so often use to talk about it into a single base anxiety. Here's how I would describe the fear of dark once you suck all the poeticism out of it. Either there is nothing there, or there is something there. That's it. That's all there is. Either the dark conceals something, or the dark reveals nothing. As a kid, I'd occasionally punish myself by reading some of the most frightening works of American literature
Ever published? Goosebumps. Say it.
ever published. These scary stories
Okay, these are also very good. They're very scary.
to Tell in the Dark book series. They are, rightfully, most remembered for their illustrations by Stephen Gammell, inky works of absolute
these were a nightmare.
Cruelty that elevated otherwise pretty benign, spooky stories. But there was one notable exception. On page 45 of More Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark by Alvin Schwartz, there's a story called The Voice. It is 114 words long. I'm now going to read it to you in its entirety.
DCA, Digital Millennium Copyright Act, sir.
Ellen had just fallen asleep when she heard a strange voice. Ellen, it whispered, I am coming up the stairs. Now I am on the first step. Now I'm on the second step. Ellen got scared and called her parents, but they didn't hear her and they didn't come. Then the voice whispered, Ellen, I'm on the top step. Now I'm in the hall. Now I'm outside your room. Then it whispered, I'm standing right next to your bed. And then, I've got you! Ellen screamed and the voice stopped. Her father rushed into the room and turned on the light. Somebody is in here, Ellen said. They looked and looked. Nobody was there. This story
Cap Abel, thank you.
ruined my goddamn life. I was particularly susceptible, I guess. My childhood bedroom was immediately at the top of a flight of stairs. I didn't close my door at night for some reason. And so instead, I would lay in bed and stare down the flight of stairs, darkness pooling at the bottom.
Listen, I can't be the only one. One's in chat if you are a door closed person when you sleep. I do not understand door open people when they sleep. They are freaks of the highest caliber. If the door to my bedroom is open, I cannot sleep. Doors to the bedroom open, freaks of the highest caliber.
And I would think about the two options. There's nothing there, or there is something there. This anxiety is leveraged throughout.
Two, if I live alone? No. Freak of the highest caliber. Listen, when the sleep paralysis demons crawl in and they absolutely have a field day squatting on your face, remember that you could have closed that door.
Horror media. Most relevant to our previous discussion of Flamini and the Underground is Neil Marshall's 2005 classic The Descent, a film that lets the audience stew in the stress of its claustrophobic subterranean darkness for nearly an hour before revealing its cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers. The composition of these before scenes is wonderfully minimal. Often nearly the entire frame is left black. A single headlamp may provide some light, but only enough to highlight the surrounding dark. Many scenes are horribly rooted in their physical space, like this skin-crawling push through a tunnel. And yet, the film's refusal to further light the frame simultaneously abstracts.
I might watch this. Oh, dude, if you enjoy Descent, or if you enjoy horror, Descent is like, I would say top 20 horror films all time. Descent would be right at number 20, but it's really fucking good. It's really fucking good.
Space. Everything outside the confines of this tunnel exists only as a void, an amorphous threat always on the verge of swallowing the characters
As
whole.
Above, So Below. That's a fun horror movie. I don't know if I'd put it on any list, but it's certainly interesting.
The Descent does have an easy escape for the viewer, though. For as tense as it is, we can reassure ourselves, never in a million years would I put myself in that position. That reassurance ceases to work when darkness envelops the domestic. This is why I couldn't shake Schwartz's The Voice. This is still where my most visceral fears manifest. Gerald's Game is a fairly middling Stephen King book that happens to contain one of the most electrifyingly scary scenes he's ever put to paper. The book centers on Jessie, a woman left handcuffed to her bed after her husband unexpectedly dies whilst preparing for coitus. Unable to escape the cuffs or leave the bed, Jessie is left alone in a cabin, too remote to call for help. As the book goes on, she flickers in and out of reality, mixing her present predicament with her life's previous traumas. And then she meets someone else. She passes out in the evening and wakes in the middle of the night, her arms stiff, her muscles cramping after hours of being handcuffed. She starts to talk to herself. How long can she go without food? How long can she go without water? And then she stops. Her eyes, which had been wandering aimlessly across the darkened room, locked on the far corner, where the wind-driven shadows of the pines danced wildly in the nacreous light falling through the skylight.
Nacreous. Good word.
There was a man standing there. Terror greater than any she had ever known crept over her. Her terror had blown her mind temporarily clean from wall to wall and ceiling to floor. No sound escaped her, not even the smallest squeak. She was as incapable of sound as she was of thought. She didn't black out, didn't even come close to it. But that mental emptiness and the total physical incapacity that accompanied it were worse than a blackout. When thought did attempt to return, it was at first blocked by a dark, featureless wall of fear. A man in the corner. It's absurd how many of my own childhood anxieties manifested as little more complicated than a man standing in the corner at night. A coat over a chair, a shadow across a bookshelf, a creak of the floorboards, all would near immediately become that most horrifying of apparitions, a man in the corner. And like I did, Jessie immediately tries to talk herself out of it. She's being crazy, she thinks. It's just the dark and moonlight and her own psyche manifesting horrors, but she doesn't believe her own rationalizations. She can feel him. Slow waves of malevolence emanating from the corner of the room. Kiddie Horror Show's Anatomy, an indie game I've spoken about at length before, manifests this same anxiety. The player, after wandering around a cold, dark house, finds themselves trapped in the bedroom, and the narrator intones, "It is here, in the bedroom, that we are at our most vulnerable. Anything might stand beside us, watch us, keep us company until dawn, and we would never perceive it. We can only pray that the house will not let such things carry on while we sleep. It is here that the house is most likely to betray us." There is a unique menace that a room can hold in the dark, particularly when suddenly awoken into it. The ordinary turned uneasy, familiar corners now posing a single
Have
dread.
you ever read House of Leaves? One of the best horror books, Emo, and certainly fits the theme of this video.
No, I'll have
Highly
to check it out.
recommend.
House of Leaves.
Full question. Is there nothing there? Or is there something there? It's the same reason, and I'm embarrassed to even admit this, that I hate looking out windows at night. My body tenses up at the idea that the nothing outside could suddenly hold something. A man standing in the corner. And Ian Reed.
Oh, that is the game you played, Nandre, where it's like levels on levels where you like walk through the house, right?
Reed's book, I'm Thinking of Ending Things, the protagonist describes an incident in which she awoke in the middle of the night, looked out her window, and realized someone was standing outside. A tall man, so tall in fact that his head was above the top of the window. But despite this, she is sure he can see her. In Anatomy, the narrator analogizes windows as the eyes of a house.
Unrelated,
Says it's
Will,
hard
but
to
have you ever
shake
seen Norbit? The Eddie Murphy movie?
the feeling of being watched when encountering
Was
the
Eddie Murphy
lightless
does
windows of a
Yellowface in
tall,
Norbit,
dark
and
manor.
wasn't
They describe
ready
the
for it.
windows as eyes, as gazing out at their surroundings. But at night, when I'm alone, I can't help but feel that they've turned inward, that it is now the dark that watches me through each window. The protagonist of I'm Thinking of Ending Things watches the tall man outside for a long time, maybe an hour, and then, unexpectedly, subtly, he waves. The wave changed everything. It had an effect of malice, as if he were suggesting I could never be completely on my own, that he would be around, that he would be back. After that, I thought it would reoccur, that he would appear again, watching. But it didn't. Not at my window, anyhow. But I always felt like the man was there. The man is always there. Back in Gerald's game, Jessie continues to stare at the shadows in the corner forming the shape of a man. Her mind...
I had a similar experience to this shit. I was in Taiwan at the beach alone. A man came up behind me, towered over me, didn't speak, didn't move, didn't breathe. I couldn't even see him. Jesus Christ.
Untethers. Things especially changed in the dark when a person was alone. Who knows what some men and women have seen in the hour of their solitary deaths? Is it so hard to believe that some of them may have died of fear, no matter what the words on the death certificates say? The shadow doesn't speak, but it leans forward into the movement.
That I think I've told before. It's like really stupid. When I was a kid, I grew up in a town called Princeton, New Jersey. And they had a place there called like the Asylum. I think it was called the Asylum. But basically it was a giant stretch of like housing and like hospital that they used to take like mentally ill people to. And it's like one of those facilities that you read about in like horror shit, where basically they did like really crude, unspeakably horrible things to the mentally ill, like in like, I want to say like the 40s and earlier. Yeah. Like Outlast shit. Yo, I went to the asylum when I was in high school. Okay. So you know what I'm talking about. And we were like too young to really fuck around with it. We would go into the asylum, my friends and I, when we were like right around 12 years old, I think. And it was kind of like a mark of machismo, how deep you could get in the asylum. And you would basically go there, and there was like one night watchman who you would do your best to avoid. He would like police the place in a truck, but it was sketchy. It was like not the suburb, cul-de-sac. It was like a cul-de-sac with a bunch of different buildings. And so one of my friend's older brothers went by the name Jazz. It's not his real name, but Jazz was like a fucking tough guy. He was my friend's half brother, and he was like built different. And Jazz, I want to say he was probably like 16 or 17 when we were 12. And he used to steal shit. He would break into these old houses and like old hospital, and he would steal shit and sell it to like resale and like pawn shops and shit. He would steal like light fixtures and chandeliers and stuff. He basically became like very desensitized to the scary element of the asylum, where we were still fucking terrified. And one night he came back from doing it and he was like fucking terrified. And I remember he told us this story where he was in deep. And he had gone up to like the second or third floor of one of these buildings. And there was a big chandelier in one of the bedrooms. And he started screwdriving this chandelier to steal it, to take it. And he said it took him like 20, 30 minutes to like get this thing down. And he started like looking around the room as he was doing this more. And there was just like weird shit, like old porn and like a old mattress on the ground. And then he said he heard something from the corner and he turned with the flashlight and there was someone who had been standing inside the room in the corner the entire time. And he swore he ripped the chandelier out of the ceiling and threw it at whoever this person was and bailed. And none of us ever went back. It was so scary at the time. Honestly, it was probably just a fucking addict or a gooner or a homeless person, unfortunately. But to us, it was definitely a demon at the time. And it's one of those stories that has stayed with me now, like 20 some years later. And it was like, when we heard that story, it was like the scariest thing. Like, I remember going to school and being afraid. Like being afraid. You stole his light. There was no power in those buildings, my friend. All those buildings were boarded up. Yeah. Definitely fucking scary.
Light out of denial.
You told this on the Fear End Halloween episode? Yeah.
Ability. It smiles. And something in Jessie's mind makes a decision. Some part of her brain senses that this dark is too deep, that any more time here will somehow break her irreversibly. A piece of her starts running for these circuit breakers in her head, racing against the panels of her psyche that have begun to smoke. That small piece of her mind throws the breaker because fear-induced unconsciousness is preferable to even one more second in that room with that man in the corner. There was an intolerably bright flash inside her head, and then the lights went out. The largest blackout in history happened on the 31st of July, 2012. It doubled the previous record, which just happened to have been set the day before. At about 2:30 a.m. on July 30th, an electrical line in India running from Bina to Gwalior tripped off. The line's failure immediately cascaded across northern India's grid. Plants in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Delhi, Uttarakhand, Jammu, Kashmir, and more all went down. In total, 300 million people lost power.
What? Dude, that just sounds so insane.
Trains stopped on their tracks. Water treatment plants ceased functioning. Hospitals went dark. For most, the outage lasted less than a day. 80% had power back by that evening. Well, they did, for almost 12 hours. On July 31st, a similar sequence of failures occurred, except this time it didn't stay confined to the northern power grid.
Classic
Weakened
capitalism.
From the previous day, the extreme load pulled down the northeastern and eastern grids as well, plunging literally 670 million people into darkness. That is, if you need further context, twice the current population of the United States. Infrastructure ground to a halt once again. Trains, hospitals, water, all kaput. In a true nightmare scenario, 200 workers were trapped in a coal mine in West Bengal. Their elevator to the surface suddenly non-functional. It cannot be overstated how much the advent of electrical lighting has changed our functioning as humans. Our pattern of sleep, formerly segmented into multiple shorter periods, has been artificially stitched into one extended rest. We've used our ability to define the night as an opportunity to redefine ourselves. We are no longer creatures built in parallel to the rising and setting sun. The lights only go out when we choose. But it's an impermanent change. Take away electricity, return a human to a day defined only by the sun and the moon, and their sleep will return to a pre-industrial schedule, 2 shorter sleeps separated by hours of gentle wakefulness. It is alarming how thin the line is between self-definition and submission to the schedule of the solar system. In India, in 2012, 500 million people suddenly returned to a dark beyond their choosing. It is one overloaded line and an interconnected series of power plants. In 2014, the Wall Street Journal reported on a leaked report from the U.S. Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. The report detailed the vulnerability.
He's just saying words at this point? No, what? No, he's not. What? He's talking about how tied we are to artificial light.
Of the country's electrical system. Namely, even though the US has more than 55,000 electric transmission substations, a coordinated attack on just 9 of them could cause a coast-to-coast blackout. It would, quote, plunge the country into darkness for weeks, if not months. This exact situation is unlikely. Those 9 extra special substations are still classified, but not impossible. 2 years ago, only about an hour from where I currently live, someone fired about 100 rounds into a couple substations in Moore County, North Carolina.
Dude, that is crazy. My parents were telling me about this because they're near this in North Carolina. This was like a big deal.
The attack took about 20 minutes and killed power for more than 40,000 people in sub-freezing temperatures. In 2013, a similar attack caused $15 million of damage in Coyote, California, though without a significant loss of power. In both cases, the perpetrators have not been found. Since 2022, at least 3 different neo-Nazi groups have been arrested after attempting to attack the US's power grid and cripple the country's infrastructure.
White supremacy groups? But why?
If the black people don't have lights, then they can't learn how to read. Amen.
But to what end? Why are they attacking their own electrical grid?
But despite its fragility, it's easy to take that grid for granted when you consider how staggeringly wide we've spread the light. The darkness of the sky
They
is...
literally think it will start a race war? Can you imagine? Just like some average waspy family. What's for dinner, Karen? Nothing. Oh, okay. Just some green beans. And da-da-da-da-da. And then all of a sudden it just like blackness. just blackness. And he's like, Karen, I don't know if I told you this, but I hate minorities. Do you want to do a purge? I do.
Measured on something called the Bortle scale. It goes from 1 to 9, and the higher the scale, the more light pollution you're experiencing, and thus the less able you are to see celestial bodies. Where I currently live is a Bortle 8 to 9, that is to say, very bright. And I can see some stuff. I can see the moon, and planets, and Orion occasionally, With a 20-minute drive, I could get to a Bortle 4, which reveals much more of the Milky Way. Striving for true darkness, though, is exceptionally difficult.
Okay, so I actually have been to a Bortle like 2 or 1 because of Beaver Island. Shouts out Michigan. But Beaver Island, Michigan, where my dad loves to take us every summer, is like population 300, and it is in the middle of Lake Michigan towards the Yoop, and it is dark at night, like fucking blackness. It is so goddamn dark that I have gotten like lost in the dark at night sometimes. Where like I literally cannot see my way down a path. Like it is a crazy feeling to be in that kind of darkness outside. Didn't you stream there during your break? I did. One day I did a little stream. No sun and stars. It depends on the weather and the moon cycle.
Dark Sky International lists only 9 dark sky sanctuaries and a couple dozen dark sky preserves within the United States.
Just jork it. It takes away the fear. Honestly, not a bad suggestion. You know what I mean? Honestly, not. Like, if there's some serial killer lurking in the dark and you're like, hello? Is anyone there? And he's like, oh, yeah. I'm going to fucking hurt you real bad. I'm going to make you wear a pretty dress and I'm going to hurt. And then all of a sudden you're just like, he's going to be like, what the fuck? Like, he's going to want help. You know what I mean? The serial killer in the dark is going to be like, this guy's fucking sick. I don't want to fucking, I can't attack him.
In fact, been to one. Craters of the Moon National Monument in
I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
Idaho contains about 1,000 square miles of land, several hundred of which are covered by the gnarled remains of what was fairly recently fresh lava. It is truly an unearthly landscape covered by jagged rocks, ash-black hills, and massive hollow tubes under the ground that once contained flowing magma. It is also classified as a Bortle Scale 2. It is a very...
Okay. I wonder if we can look up what Beaver Island is on the Bortle.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Bortle scale. It's a Bortle 2! Beaver Island is a Bortle 2 also! I fucking knew it, dude! I told you, it is fucking dark, bro. It is so dark, it is impossibly dark at night.
Very dark. But here's the thing. Not totally. Even there, in the middle of this lava field, many, many miles from any major cities, I could still see the faint glow of the horizon. I have to admit, it was kind of crushing.
By the way, if you've never seen Aurora Borealis, the Northern Lights, it is one of the coolest things in the world. I will admit that. I'm not so poetic about nature and location and all that kind of stuff. The Northern Lights are something that you have to behold in your lifetime. And it always feels so unexpected. Like, I'll just be on my, deck at night and all of a sudden you'll just see this like green serpent in the sky. And you're like, oh my God, it's so beautiful.
This was supposed to be the best of the best.
Imagine
and still
a nuke up there. Nuke the whales? Gotta nuke something.
Not true dark. To really achieve the void I want, the only option might be to go out to sea. 300 miles from the coast, the curvature of the earth swallows up the countless lights of the land.
Aurora Borealis. Where are we?
To sail out there on a moonless night and turn off all the lights of the boat might give the...
Ever seen a total solar eclipse? Yeah. In my opinion, infinitely less beautiful than Aurora Borealis. Solar eclipse is very cool. It's a really interesting feeling to be in darkness during the day.
Oh,
But
yeah,
the
wow,
northern
that's
lights,
very
you
cool.
like are
Show
like,
us your Bortle
they're
2 hole.
so pretty. Thank you so much.
Kind of darkness even craters of the moon couldn't deliver. Not the black of the underground, but that of the universe itself. There's a fact about light pollution that's always stuck with me, though. Emissions, wastewater, litter, most kinds of pollution stick around. Even if you completely stopped all air or water pollution tomorrow, we'd still be dealing with its current leftovers for millennia. But not light. You turn off all the lights, a power line trips, 9 very specific substations go down, and the skies return to their primeval darkness at literally the speed that light travels away from Earth. We would instantly be thrown back to the same skies seen by the earliest of our species. The dark is never that far away. On January 24th, 1925, a man named Alvin Peterson stood a little bit closer to the darkness than anyone else. On that day, Saturday, millions gathered in a curved arc across the US to watch the moon completely occlude the sun. It was a solar eclipse, one with a path
Dude,
of
I love how little people protected their eyes back then. Now we have like glasses and boxes. Then they just be like, here, hold up this fucking, put up this little piece of paper and you're good. You know what? Actually, just rotate on and off. Just give it 10 seconds on, 10 seconds off. Your corneas will only get a slight singeing.
That started in Minnesota and raced to the Atlantic Ocean, passing directly through the center of New York City. And above New York, on top of an airship over 600 feet long, stood Alvin Peterson. He was the Navy's best aerial photographer and had been assigned a job no one had ever had before. He was to film the total eclipse. Peterson stood on top of the Zeppelin for over 2 hours, cranking specially treated film through his camera. The temperature never climbed above freezing. Frostbite swiftly spread across his fingers and cheeks, but these externalities paled in comparison to his experience of the dark. John Dvorak writes that at the moment of the eclipse, the world essentially stopped existing for Peterson. The great silver expanse of the airship disappeared beneath his feet. Although he was a mile above the ground, he stopped feeling the vibrations and movement of the craft. Nearly the entire population of New York watched from below, but Peterson stood alone in the night that had fallen at 9 a.m. on a Saturday morning.
Sick.
The film he shot of the eclipse didn't turn out.
He failed.
I don't really mind. Peterson, along with the whole crew of the Zeppelin, was sent up that morning because eclipses are a remarkable opportunity for scientific discovery. In 1925, scientists used the new infrastructure of the telegraph to measure the speed of the moon's shadow across the Earth, 3,500 miles per hour. 6 years earlier, photographs taken of stars surrounding the sun, visible only during the totality of a solar eclipse, confirmed that they were in the wrong place. That is, the sun was in fact bending light around it. This was a phenomenon suggested by a 40-year-old physicist named Albert Einstein. Following this discovery, the Times published a quiet piece called "Revolution in Science: New Theory of the Universe, Newtonian Ideas Overthrown." It was, effectively, confirmation of Einstein's theory of general relativity. The article stated, "Our conceptions of the fabric of the universe must be fundamentally altered. Minutes of darkness changed our idea of the cosmos forever." Yet somehow,
I did not know all that came from the eclipse.
This still isn't my favorite way eclipses have sculpted our view of the world. Human-kept history does not have a consistent calendar. Across thousands of years of civilization, we have not carefully cross-referenced our date-keeping, nor made sure that our scales of time remained consistent. Knowing a precise date from millennia ago is near impossible, even with modern science like carbon dating. To weld together disparate records from the span of all cultures, you'd need some unignorable event that occurred at some immovable point in time. Something like darkness falling in the middle of the day. If humans were sentient and able to record events, they recorded the eclipse. John Dvorak writes, "How do we know that Julius Caesar was born on July 13th, 100 BCE and died on March 15th, 44 BCE? Or that Confucius died in 479 BCE? Or that Buddha died 4 years earlier? It is by combining chronological references found in ancient sources with the precision of astronomical calculations to determine absolute dates, and eclipses are the cornerstones of these calculations."
Apocalypto.
The date of an eclipse, any eclipse within human history, is predictable forwards and backwards. We know when an eclipse will occur 100 years from now, and we also know when one occurred 100 years ago, or 1,000 years ago, or 10,000. It is, in fact, this celestial dark that has illuminated history. From the date of an eclipse, the timing
That is very cool.
of countless other events can be extrapolated. The light is obscured, but the past is exposed. Furthermore, this style of date tracking reveals even more about the physics of our universe. For instance, in Babylon, on April 15th, 136 BCE, multiple recordings document a total solar eclipse, including the time of the sun's occlusion and the specific planets visible during the dark. When the date of this eclipse was first calculated in the modern era, scientists were confused. Yes, there was an eclipse on April 15th, 136 BCE, but it should have fallen over Morocco, not Babylon. What happened? The dark understands more about our planet than we do. What happened is that both the Earth and the Moon are not the same as they were 2,100 years ago. The Earth, very gradually over time, is lending its momentum to the Moon's orbit. In other words, the Moon is orbiting very slightly faster than when that eclipse fell. The Earth, in return, is rotating very slightly slower. You
Great
put
new
those
YouTube
two
video. I'm so glad people dig the new YouTube stuff. That makes me really happy.
calculations into your model, and the trajectory of the dark across the Earth in 136 BCE shifts a few thousand miles, just enough to blacken the skies of Babylon. We want to make sense of the dark, to see into it and understand it, to shift our knowledge of entire celestial bodies to unravel its obscurity. Sometimes we've found what was waiting to be discovered in the dark. Sometimes it remains impenetrable. As I sit filming this, talking to you, my little camera is struggling to perceive the dark. Before I started filming, I set the ISO for the video, basically deciding my camera's sensitivity to light.
Saying ISO instead of ISO is a pet peeve of mine.
Normally, I film at the lowest ISO I can manage, 200 or below. I set up big lights mere feet from my face to achieve this. I haven't done that today. I'm filming at 51,200 ISO. Doing this allows me to sit in much darker darkness while I talk to you. It also...
I don't know. It's just like a film thing. I've never heard the ISO be called an ISO. Like every time I've worked on a set, the director or DP will be like, "What's your ISO set at?" I don't know if I've ever had a DP say, "What's your ISO set at?"
Invites something else into the frame. Cameras don't see the dark. Not really. There are light-emitting photons and
Me too. That's what I'm saying. It's just an unusual thing. I don't know if someone in his life taught him that, or like he just picked that up. I've never heard a filmmaker call it the ISO before.
This room and everywhere else, photons that are hitting the camera's sensor and being turned into digital signals.
ISO is correct as a photographer. Do people in photography call it the ISO? Because in film, I've never heard anybody in film call it an ISO. Really? That's fascinating. I don't know if that's something that many people know, that in photography they call it the ISO and in film they call it the ISO. It's an acronym. I know it's a fucking acronym. I'm just saying on a film set, you'll never hear a director say, what is your ISO at? They'll go, what's your ISO at? That's a really interesting. I know both are correct. I'm just saying I've never heard a filmmaker call it the ISO. Holy shit. You guys are like, never mind. It's for my filmmakers. For the people who are just Googling, isn't that interesting? My filmmakers, I did not know photographers actually called it the ISO and didn't just mouth abbreviate it. Yes, it is. Yeah, that's fascinating to me. That's a good one. That's a good little informaciones.
That will eventually resolve into the image that you're seeing now. In a nice light environment.
I've been a filmmaker for over 20 years, so you call it the ISO, correct?
With a properly adjusted sensor, those digital signals are translated into a clear, sharp, detailed picture. I'm not in a nice light environment though. I'm here in the dark. My camera is simply not getting enough data to perfect.
That's correct, young man. That's what I thought. I shot for 20 years and personally said ISO. You did? Bro, I have I'm being completely dead ass with you. I've never heard it called that. This is such a nuanced film nerd thing. I don't want to get too much into it, or else I'll be one guide into oblivion.
Render this video. Its attempts to make sense of the insufficient data is resulting in something else. Digital noise. It might be assigning too much intentionality to say that, like us, cameras hallucinate in darkness. But the artifacts of the dark that show up on both physical and digital film.
Did we just learn Will doesn't fuck with photographers? No, you idiot. I went to school for film. Doesn't mean I don't fuck with photographers.
Represent what the camera sees when there is not enough light to truly see. Just like us, they are uneasy in the dark, the ever-present photons assuring the camera that there is a something there, while not giving it enough information to tell it what.
You hate waffles? Leave me alone! I'm getting one guy. I just want to watch this again. I knew this was going to happen the moment I brought it up.
Is almost the entire hook of Kyle Edward Ball's 2022 movie Skinamarink, an impressively...
Okay, very interesting film. Very polarizing film. Nandre fucking hated this movie. I kind of liked this
movie. Viewer-hostile piece of horror filmmaking. Skinamarink takes place within one house in 1995. Two kids awake to find their parents
Will
have
still
disappeared.
hates waffles. I don't get waffles or pancakes. I really don't. I don't understand them. I got into it with my niece because she was like, I'd like waffles for breakfast. And I didn't give her waffles. I wouldn't give her waffles. I was like, that's a dessert. You shouldn't eat waffles for breakfast. That's ridiculous. That's maybe on the weekend if you're celebrating. That should not be a normal part of your diet. French toast? No. It's so gross to me to eat all that sugar for breakfast. You basically ruin your day. If you plan to just drink all day, I guess that's fine. But just slamming that much sugar in the morning is so fucking gross. It grosses me out.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Heyo.
Bro, it's a fucking kid. But you think as her uncle, I'm gonna be the guy to give her a giant stack of pancakes? No. Hell no. I later found out I was wrong and her mom was fine with it. But I was like, no, you got to eat a normal breakfast. Fake uncle? Brother, we were at fucking Dave & Buster's. Everybody chill. We were at an arcade. Everybody chill. She was not being deprived. I just don't like sugary food. Okay? You guys know I don't understand sweet food. I don't get it. I don't understand it as a concept. It's just poison. It's just poison. I can't get past the fact that you're just eating poison. It destroys your teeth. It makes you feel like shit. It destroys your performance. Your glucose goes through the fucking roof. Like, I just don't understand it.
Appeared, as have their house's doors and windows. But this narrative isn't really what the movie is about. The camera, often set as high.
I like savory foods. Give me burger. Give me burger, and then for dessert, give me another burger. You know what I mean? Like, that makes sense. You don't brush? Pfft, I've never had a cavity. I've never had to go to a dentist in my entire life. Look at my mouth. My teeth are literally perfect. Probably because I don't eat all the stupid shit you do.
As 100,000 ISO, refuses to focus on the children. Instead, it stares into the dark corners of the house, the shadows on the ceiling, the feeble glow of a nightlight, the black spilling over the top of the stairs. And these shots, which are agonizingly long and still, become about their noise. The camera's inability to penetrate the dark, paired with a heavy layer of VHS static post-processing.
Counter, I fucking love chocolate. Chocolate, I understand. Honestly, chocolate, I get. Thank you, Jay Dilla. Chocolate, thank you so much for the rate. Chocolate, I can understand. Chocolate, I can understand. Chocolate is like, there's like a real quality to chocolate that I'm like, I understand it. I get it. I get it at least. But like pancakes with like just syrup all over them is just like, oh my God. Like how can you eat that and not feel horrible?
In the depths of the house, the viewer and the camera are placed in the same
Cereal?
position.
No, I don't eat cereal either, really. A little bit. Cinnamon Toast Crunch every once in a while when I was like a kid.
Staring into nothing, desperately trying to find an image, a pattern, anything in the void. I'm
How
suddenly
about
in my
honey?
childhood
I use
bedroom
honey on like tea, and I'll put it on like a PB&J every once in a while.
again, looking down the dark of the stairs, thinking of the two possibilities. There is nothing there. There is something there. In the film's most terrifying scene, one of the children braves the smothering darkness of the second floor and finds her way into her parents' room, where, unexpectedly,
honey is bee vomit. True. Milk is tit juice. Meat is literally the living sinew of animals. Like, I mean, what are we going to get into here? How deep do you want to go with this?
Father is actually sitting on the bed, but he doesn't offer any comfort. He doesn't even look at her. Digital noise swims unceasingly around the frame.
So
Eventually,
you hate it all? No, I'm telling you, I just don't like sweet foods. I don't like sweet foods, and honestly, waffles, pancakes, and French toast to me are like the most egregious, because whenever I eat one of those foods, the rest of the day I feel like shit. That's all I'm saying. I just don't understand them. Like I get a little autistic with it because I just don't understand. So you can ask me all the questions you want. You can make all the statements you want. I just don't understand it. I don't understand the concept of eating like weak stomach. Every piece of me is stronger than you will ever be. I just don't understand like the cause and effect of like eating a dessert for breakfast.
he speaks. Look under the bed. And the camera bends down to find an even deeper dark. On page 465 of the book House of Leaves, the book itself, a book called House of Leaves, appears in the narrative.
Oh, he's talking about the book someone suggested. That's cool.
It is one of the last possessions held by one of the book's protagonists, Will Navidson. The book exists to be burned. House of Leaves is a book about
I don't want to offend anybody if you like sweet foods. Peace and love. I'm telling you, this is my most autistic take. I'm sorry. I will move off of it. I really I get confused by it. It's just something I don't understand. And I think it agitates me that I don't understand it.
A house that contains an insurmountable amount of dark. Appearing first in Navidson's life as a wall that refuses to be measured, and then as a space-defying hallway, the house eventually grows into an unknowable void, a terrestrial portal to an infinite vacuum. And the house doesn't just swallow those who literally inhabit it. House of Leaves, as a complete work, documents all the lives that have been somehow consumed by the house's dark, physically, academically, emotionally. But no one is more entangled than Navidson. He is so inextricably pulled to the abyss that he ventures into the house's depths with no expectation or hope of ever leaving it. And at the end of his journey, when there is nowhere else to go and nowhere to return to, he is left in the dark with two things: a book, House of Leaves, and a box of matches. The book is 736 pages long. He tears the first page out and sets it ablaze. In the 2021 adventure game Genesis Noir, the protagonist, a man wandering through space and time in a vain attempt to prevent the future, is sucked into a black hole. The rest of the game vanishes beyond the event horizon. All he's left with are his memories, represented by a number of items collected over the course of the game. All those and a box of matches. He sits in the dark, striking each and letting them burn down until he's left with a single one match in his collection of memories. After a moment of consideration, he lets the flame consume them all. In the finale of Ralph Ellison's seminal 1952 novel Invisible Man, the protagonist
Moscow mules with orange juice instead of lime, and served them waffles with chocolate chips, made with the leftover fat from the bacon instead of oil, topped with butter and syrup.
Yeah.
Best day of the year.
Yeah, no, I understand that because you have fucked your entire day. Like, I get that. You've made a pact. You've made a pact that you're not doing anything of substance that day. You're just going to get fucked up. That is okay. What I don't understand is someone on a normal weekday, like going and eating a stack of pancakes with syrup. That is what I'm saying I don't understand. Like, I don't understand on a Wednesday just being like, I'm going to eat a big fucking dessert breakfast. If you are resigning yourself on a weekend to just be like, I'm going to fuck my whole day up and I'm not doing anything today, then eat whatever the fuck you want. It is people that are like, I'm going to eat a fucking full stack of pancakes and a side of French toast and then go to work. That is like suffering, such sights to show you type. Like, why would you ever do that to yourself? Misery.
Falls through a manhole into a pile of coal dust and is subsequently sealed inside. He cannot see, cannot move the manhole cover, cannot feel anything except the presence of the briefcase he's hauled through his entire journey. That
no, it's
and
bliss.
a
I guarantee you. No, we're going to move off it.
Boundless expanse of dust. It's a kind of death without hanging, he thinks, a death alive. He sleeps, wakes, stumbles through the void, and he finds something. A matchbook with 3 matches left. He opens his briefcase, which contains his high school diploma, memoirs of the past, the letters that eventually ended him in this coal bin. Each item, no matter how sentimental or bitter, serves one final purpose. They burn. In each of these works, the fire the protagonists spark in the darkness represents a sort of freedom, a fiery cleanse that separates them from the prior burdens of the plot. They each emerge on the other side of the dark more clear-eyed than when they entered.
Like for weekends only.
Oh yeah,
Same
wow,
person.
that's very
Thank
cool.
you.
Hope your Japan is amazing.
I'd hope so too.
Doesn't remove the horror of their circumstances. The characters encounter the abyss. No, they lose themselves within it. And in the face of true dark, they gather the pieces of their own self-definition, everything by which they identify themselves, and they burn them until there's nothing left. We're back to Flamini in the cave. The solitude, the social uprooting, it consumes you. Or to put it a better way, you consume yourself. And yet, without darkness, there is no us. REM sleep can only properly happen
at home.
darkness. In too much light, Jacqueline Yallop writes, our REM duration is reduced or removed completely. Deprived of darkness, our dreams are vapid, too slight to restore or refresh, too insipid to matter. Will Hunt writes of the many luminaries of our species that found prolonged exposure to the dark a necessary component of their most radical ideas, Pythagoras and Da Vinci, Muhammad and Elijah. Their journeys without light played a part in the ideas that defined them, the space, again, to dream. I think about the nearly impossible relationship we have with the light and the dark. Not only has our whole circadian rhythm been sculpted around the oscillations of day and night, but this extends to a precise celestial position and context. Nowhere else in the solar system, John Dvorak writes, can you stand on solid ground and watch a moon blot out the sun. Furthermore, even the Earth will not get to witness this forever. In each moment, the moon moves imperceptibly farther from us. One day, after hundreds of millions of years, it won't be close enough to cover the sun's glow. We exist in the only place, at the only time, where we could witness this exact phenomenon. The point farthest on Earth from a consistent human-made light is likely Point Nemo. It is the most remote place on the planet, a position in the middle of the South Pacific more than 1,500 miles from any land, a point so void and empty that, as many writers have pointed out, anyone unlucky enough to occupy Point Nemo would be closer to astronauts aboard the ISS than any human on land. It is, says Cullen Murphy, the anti-Everest. It beckons because nothing is there. On June 13th, 2113, a solar eclipse's path of totality will pass directly over Point Nemo. The moon will, for 1 minute and 35 seconds, plunge the darkness of space directly into the darkness of Earth. In all likelihood, no one will be there to see it. The waves were dead. The tides were in their graves, the moon their mistress.
Their mistress had expired before. The winds were withered in the stagnant air, and the clouds perished.
Darkness had no need of aid from them. She was the universe. Anyone writing about the dark inevitably finds themselves writing about death. It is, maybe, the only place you can end up. The final darkness, the end of all our metaphors, our fears of dying boiled down to the same simple dichotomy. There's nothing there, or there's something there. After all, isn't that what people report when they feel themselves dying? We focus on the moving towards a light, but that destination only exists because they're moving through the dark, through a tunnel, a cave, a basement, an ocean. I was moving through this long, dark place. It seemed like a sewer. I was in an utterly black, dark void. I had the feeling that I was moving through a deep, very dark valley. I don't know what happens after you die. I don't know what happens while you're dying. But throughout writing this, I keep having this thought, this dream of an astronaut, somehow thrown into intergalactic space, the barren distance between galaxies, the truest void that exists. I think about how you would still be able to see the stars, or rather you would see entire galaxies as single points of light, but that light would share no illumination. You would look down at your body and see nothing. You would move your hand over your face and the galaxies would disappear behind your own darkness. That dark would be the only way you could recognize yourself. There's nothing there. There's something there.
Darkness is not a death, does not obliterate, will not bury you or take.
Cooked up another one. Jacob Geller. Go follow him. Jacob Geller. It's like the fourth doc of his I've watched. And every time I'm like, it's so long, I'll give it a try. Then it's amazing. He is the man. Jacob Geller. Go follow him. That reminds me of something else. Can't remember what it is. It seems so familiar. Oh, God, I forgot.
Oh,
My
yeah,
full
wow,
screen
that's so
capture
cool.
doesn't have this audio. Why wouldn't it fucking... Huh. All right, well, I have my voice there now. Fuck it. I'll fix it later. Sorry. It was the moon theme. I had to go get water. All right. Let's watch Survivor.
Previously on Australian Survivor.
I wanted to try and find a way to come back together.
Mark's failed attack on Caroline left his game hanging in the balance.
Mark has definitely broken my trust, but I have got other plans for him.